Fun with a bang with a thorn of the hand with a fuck with dang with a thorn of the hand with a fuck with a dang with a thorn of the hand with a thorn with a hand with a thorn of the with a fuck with a dang with a thorn of the hand with a fuck with dang with a thorn of the hand with a fuck with a dang thorn of the hand with a thorn of the hand with a thorn of the hand with a dang with a thorn of the hand with it. Fuck around with you, get off the same with it. Get I bang what you want off the bang with it. What you seen, what you sit on the chain with it. Go down, get round with it. Fuck round, get down with it. Fuck round what you want to get sound with it. Oh no, damn, you're getting down with it. Away, away. Okay, it's really getting annoying every time I have to do it, but it is what it is. All my tabs are back, all my panels are back. We're jigging. Ooch. Alright, boys. Where are we at now? We're at a lot of shit what we are at. And do's what she gonna do, and do's what she gonna do, and do's what she gonna do, and do's and the blah, all in the face. What's up, on in the place. Fuck around and get down around and get sound around and get healing, healing. Okay, please tell me that I have the majority of these quests done. Thank fucking Christ almighty. Alright. Before I can even get through any of that shit, I'm going to need a bunch of critical element and critical boost, but I'm pretty sure I do not have any. Alright, critical boost. Yep, not a goddamn bit. That's gonna be fun. Hollow and plenty. What is the current season? Actually, considering the fucking time, it'd actually be easier to attempt to find it this way. But unfortunately, I'm very far away from Barnos. Gotcha, bitch! Area between 11 and 13. 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 Can't be making loud noises around me, woman. This is definitely going to be a pain. I changed to the caption and I actually drop it. That's so fun. I hate quests like these. Only active at night, spotted between fallow and plenty. Stun the salmon star with a screamer pod. Luminescence fur. Now it's nighttime. Hello? Oh, fuck. I hate. At least you didn't have to reset fish for that. Let this be the end of these goddamn quests. Alright, what did I have planned? I'm gonna need to make an entire folder for this. Let this be the fucking end, please. No more. No more than a request from either of you two. Right. Now comes the fun part. Which also means it's the part that I'm gonna have the hardest time editing. Mark. Hi, hello, and welcome. My name is Single Player Carl, and this is a guide of the ins, the outs, the dotes, the how-to, and everything in between that you can learn inside of Monster Hunter Wilds and its new attack system. For the purpose of this guide, I am going to be going over the lesson plan and the information that I have prepared for on the Insect Glaive, the Great Sword, as well as the Hunting Horn, and the many different play styles that you can be able to use interchangeably with them. Preferably up front, I can be able to say this. This information is easily repeatable. It does not require any particular information or any particular knowledge prior to this. You can pick this up, set it up, ready to go. You can use this with as simple as a guide can be. You could use this with as complex as a guide could be. But everything inside of this, with material presented and preferable for you, if someone tells you that it is only possible with you grinding for your decorations with the now nerfed Nightflower Pollen Farm, that is not true. If someone tells you that it's only possible by using the most optimal builds, that is also not true. While this might be the best time for a new Monster Hunter player to jump in, This by no means means that you are completely knocked out because of your ability to do or try or attempt any new tech that particularly is important for you to be able to play to win. So, with that being said, let us begin with the best of the advice that I can give you out of the gate, which is, if you have not done so yet, I please suggest that you do so now. Read the fucking game manual. I have seen way too many players absolutely cook themselves in runs, cook themselves in parties, and ultimately screw themselves over because they will not look at their weapon controls. I have actively had no less than 15 different conversations on 10 to 12 different days at different people and different audiences and communities and times of day and night after this game has been launched and released, within the first week and the extra days since, where I have had someone actively tell me that they jumped into this game, skipped every single cutscene, bitched about Nata, then attempted to just spam pollen the game. For more information about that, please go to my talk, which will be pinned in the comment section below on this, about how all of that goes down with the Nightflower farm, how I feel about that, blase blase. The long-term TLDR that you need to know is that there are 3 types of players. There's your Type A's, your Type B's, and your Type C's. Those are the people who are going to simply do any type of crutch to get ahead, people who may take advantages of things that will give them some type of jump up and some kind of startup so that they can have a longer time for longevity, whether it be for the sake of fun or experimentation. And then you have people like myself who are the Type C players who look at the rest of you and wonder, what is it that I can do to get you from where you are to where you could be, because you just need a little bit of a push. And I would be a hypocrite if I did not do what I could do, and simply put, I know that I could get you to become the god that you were meant to be. So, much like the start of any person, let's assume you are all starting from level 1, you got through the story, you've put together a couple of hands and a couple of suits and a couple of pieces of gear for you to understand your weapon pool, and you, with the interest of this, would like to know about the Greatsword, about the Hunting Horn, and about the Insect Glaive. Let us begin. Let us start with the simplest of weapon, and the simplest of understanding, and thus the simplest of setup. The Greatsword. For the Greatsword, you are dealing with a simple sword and board methodology and mentality. Everything that you can do with the Greatsword can be done with every Greatsword. Every single bit of what you could do with that Greatsword is repeatable at low rank, high rank, and upper tiers of high rank. You do not need to have jewels to make a lot of this work. For context, with this setup, I do believe that I'm making use of at least level 2 focus, but all of this can be done with absolutely no decorations, and if you have decorations to work with, the more the better. You can use any type of playstyle, don't care if it's punishing, don't care if it is critical, I don't care if it's a draw type, I don't care if it's a sustain type. This particular blade, a main 3, is a sleep type. I don't care if it's a paralysis type, pure damage, elemental. Your sword and board basics start very simply with understanding the new systems. And in those new systems, for the particular tutorials that are relevant to your hunting and that are relevant to you as a player, is to understand your offsets and understanding what the offset is. Unlike the other games, you actually have videos that will show you what your skills are, how they look, how they will function, and how you ultimately can profit off of what they are possible and capable of. There is no reason for you to be confused. If you ever feel that you are confused, simply just look at the pretty pictures. By that, the weapon system and its flow of combat has ultimately been changed and designed around the rewarding of players with certain weapons and certain playstyles, which includes the ones I will be covering today, with offsets, power clashes, and understanding how escaping monster grapples work, and the mechanics behind them, and how to weave them into your kit. Because Monster Hunter Wilds is a game that rewards active, aggressive combat. And the reason why is the number one word that we're going to be learning today being action economy. What that means is just like how the offset rising attack shows with the example of the Chupacabra being guarded with the offset rising slash. There are three forms of active, proactive, and reactive counters that exist not only with the weapons that already had them, but with the new wound system that replaces the old clutch claw mounting and wound infliction system, which now makes uses of target zones on the hurt box of a monster that now opens up a red point known as a wound that can then be activated with a focus strike. So, alongside your offsets, your power clashes, your struggles, as well as your focuses, you have a system of combat that for every weapon, in the case of the Greatsword, a cash-out payout system, a type of combat flow that wants you to remain active and proactive with your damage runs when dealing with a monster. What that ultimately looks like is that it looks a little something like this on the file that I have prepared on the side, demonstrating the philosophy and the concept in action. When you are fighting a monster, you are ultimately fighting a creature that has the ability to attack at the same time that you do. Let's say, for example, the picture of the Chupacabra represents that monster and its ability to attack you at the same time you are attacking it. What that looks like, in comparison, is that you throw out an attack, the monster throws out an attack. In the old system of positioning, whenever you attack a monster, you want to position yourself where you can be able to take advantage of the agency you provide by giving yourself the hit and run strategy, while also making yourself capable and possible of both guarding, blocking, evading, or somehow working around the mechanics of the enemy, and being able to exploit those mechanics to your leisure. So for example, if a Rathalos is happening to sit in the air above you, whether it be the more aggressive playstyle for those from Wild, but remember it was attached to the Azure Rathalos, you would now be expectant to learn and understand how to counter it without actually just sitting permanently onto your flash bombs, since the limitation system still is in effect for reduced effectiveness of spammed techniques. So when you attack a monster, rather than you thinking about having to run away from the monster, evade the monster, or block the monster, you now have the ability to riposte the monster, which is what the offset attack actually is and looks like. Alongside the wound system, as well as the focus strike system that activates it, almost all of your capabilities of your ability to fight with your Greatsword is based in your overhead, your charge, your tackle, your wide and rising slashes, and your offset rising slash, as well as your guard, your kick into tackles, and focus slash perforate, which can attack horizontally and vertically, depending on the positioning of the input, and then the entirety of what makes Greatsword what it is, a combo that ends in a true charged slash, which includes the double roll hit, which is effectively your positioning and hit confirm, as well as your lunging attack combo to position yourself for move, as well as a stationary combo to potentially open yourself up to being able to charge on the enemy, and the freestyle runs that you will develop in between. For the purposes of what we're going to be dealing with here, we're going to first understand how to properly use our weapon. To do so, we're going to set our enemy in smash mode. We're going to set smash pattern to weak, because we just need the enemy attacking us. And we want to make sure that we have monster on, let's say, 4-star for B for average, because anything 3-star and below will be very, very simple. And for the purposes of this sword, we will set it to soft, because most of the time you'll be setting it normally to soft. So, what do we need to understand about our weapon? The Greatsword is the quintessential hit and run strategy weapon. You've got your guard. Unfortunately, I'm too close. You've got your guard. Apparently, I'm not able to guard this. There we are. You've got your guard. You've got your slash and the charge. And then you have your wides, and here, you offset, which I failed to hit. Come on, Carl. unfortunate. I need to not be off timer. There we are. Now, in the state of what I explained, as I said before, you and your ability to fight is going to be based off of this attack timing. Why does my shit feel like it's lagging in real time? Probably because it is. Who knows what's going on there? Somebody raise their hand and tell me whether or not it's fucked up on the VOD. Anyways, moving forward. As I explained, your ability to attack and your ability to defend against enemies that you're fighting in real time as you choose to fight them is going to be entirely based around your ability to interact with that enemy and how you and that enemy are going to be playing off of each other based on the things that you are encountering when you are fighting in the open field. The most common basis being whether or not the monster has a simple setup that allows you to be able to interrupt its attack time. Fancy words meaning these monsters are coded with a series of attack patterns. Those attack patterns can vary from monster to monster, and they can cycle through these attack patterns as either the parameters for the pattern that enables their special attacks will allow, or for as many times as the RNG machine says you're going to be hit by the same attack over and over again from the monster. There's a bit of RNG that it's involved with what it chooses to do, but there are ways to bait out certain things, but for the most part, monster attacks, you attack. In the old simulation of Monster Hunter, you would be basing yourself on, here's an attack window, and here is my hitbox and my hurt box. You want to attack before the enemy can hit you, you want to cancel the enemy's ability to stop you from hitting them, and you want to evade the monster being able to get a hit off on you. This is move economy, and thus action economy. In the game, this action economy is expressed by how you are able to manipulate the idea of how that functions. So, when dealing with something like, say, the concept of being able to guard, if you just simply hold down your guard skills into things, you will be able to get off some maximum benefit to it. But, as you can see, the game telling you, when you properly time your guard, which you need to think of as the normal form of a counter, you will be given a perfect guard. You will be able to not only negate damage that is being done to you by the monster, but you will actively be able to prevent them from doing things to you. And if you do this enough times into a monster right, with perfect guards helping you build up the internal meter that tracks it, you will be able to interact with the monster by forcing what is called a power clash. Power clashes and offsets and grapples are a form of the attack economy being initiated by one or more sides of the combat. In the case of a perfect guard, you and the monster, no matter how simple the attack is, if it smashes you back, or if it would just give you a little bit of stagger, is you and the monster both interacting in a quick time event. Whereas in the offset, you are actively preventing the enemy from attacking, knocking them off balance, and whatever attack follow-up or lack thereof they have, you are inputting an attack, and you are getting off your own response of an attack. Now, of course, in the fashion of Greatsword, historically, the offset can be charged. And the most forgivable window that exists in the game for the offset attack, with maybe only being comparable to the charge blade, the Greatsword is capable of literally being a wall. The enemy wants to fight you, no you don't. The enemy wants to be able to set you up for damage, excuse me, no you don't. And you can of course follow this up with whatever combos you believe are applicable, and if you're somebody like me, you can be able to follow this up with some pretty nasty combos that will read your enemies to filth. However, the general idea remains the same. Assume for any creature and any monster, no matter how simple or how easy or how hard it is a creature that is effectively a machine. Your job as a greatsword player is to recognize the pattern of the machine and learn what you can attack into and what you cannot attack into, because you are sword and board. You do not attack rapidly, you are not a hunting horn, you are not an insect glaive, you are not a dual blade, you are not a longsword. You cannot do what these players do. In fact, for the hunting horde players, you're up next. You're not going to even have the ability to access the offset in the way that that class does. I played a failed note. you will not have the ability to access the offset. In your case, a song type, which we're going to call the reverb note, replacing multiple, or actually technically an addition of mechanics, replacing things such as your fortissimo echo note in the form of now an echo bubble. More on that when we get to Hunting Horn. You, as those players that have this feature, don't even have access to the button the same way that a greatsword does. You have to not only play the note, but also ahead of time be able to predict the attack coming out in time. But fortunately, both of you have, at least out of my knowledge, top 3 out of 5 of the best immediate accessible points and jump-ins to understand your attack in the entire game. And for you greatsword users, unlike what I just performed with the horn, where I had to play 4 notes, then press a 3-button combination to get off the attack, your attack is literally just holding Y and B. That's all you gotta do. You have a little bit of a hang time, whereas the Hunting Horn has the ability to jump back. You have to commit to your position, and you have to hope that you are recognizing the timing. No matter if you hold it a little, or if you hold it for long, your ability to completely fight is based on whether or not you get that attack out in time. It can depend on your positioning, if you're up close, or if you need to be far enough away that by offsetting, you trigger your horn, or excuse me, your claw, to pull you in for what is called the follow-up cross slash. But no matter how you spin it, your bread and butter is now to exist in the form of a player that exists to do nothing more than to learn your monster and read them like a book. We are talking the type of footsies, meaties, and parries that are familiar to the FGC. Because this is where most of your real damage potential is going to be coming from. Because of course, you can play it the traditional style, like if you're an old bow user. You can play in a traditional style of looking for your charges and looking for your strongs, and also being able to look for your tackles and put yourself in the position where you can hold those tackles and tackle into the creature to cause it to have a stagger state and possibly knock it out, or be able to set yourself up where when you're trying to fight the enemy that's in front of you and they're recovering from their stun state, and you want to be able to set yourself up for success, and you're also knocking the enemy down and knocking them out or putting them to sleep as the timer just told you I did to them, you can always be able to do that old state, which I'm probably not going to be able to hit. You could always be able to try and charge into the enemy and go through multiple of the states to go all the way to true charge and get this off. But here's the thing that you need to understand and know. In this state, the wound functions the same as some things from World, as you're familiar, function with as well. So, for those who are familiar with the Slinger combo, hands in chat if you know what I'm talking about, you remember that with some Slinger ammunition and some Slinger combos, it was possible for you to fire off a Slinger and your weapon, this very familiar to the Greatsword users and the Hammer users, as well as the Hunting Horn users, it was possible for you to be able to use Slinger ammunition in a way where you were able to provide yourself an immediate shortcut to true charged flash. And if it would ever give you the goddamn wound, thank you. And just as it does with the wound system, guess what Focus Slash Perforate does? You hit this Perforate, it's going to drag across the enemy, and boy, look at that, I'm already in true charge. And even if the enemy is going to attack you, guess what happens if you strike the wound while the enemy is attacking you? Super armor, in through the attack, to the charge, through the tackle, and you let that motherfucker fly. It is to your benefit to learn this weapon. This is your weapon. There are many weapons like it, but this one is yours. And if you are going to play this class, you need to own the space. When I talk about reading the monster to filth, I'm talking about being able to tell the openings that you have available. So when you go for that offset, I want you to hit that offset in confidence. Let it out just a little bit wider and a little bit longer. Have a little bit of understanding and trust yourself to go for the tackle if you can. Have enough charge. Technically, in that case, it took not enough time. But trust yourself, be able to go for the tackle, to go for the follow-up charge. Be able to trust yourself. with understanding the timing that you have, to trust to go for the rising, if you possibly can land it. Understand and know that wounds, to you, are damage balloons. And these damage balloons exist to be popped. You do not need to concern yourself with anything but evading damage, taking damage, and being able to apply damage. If you are getting hit, and you are not tanking that with a stalwart, which is when it's a persistent effect that attacks you, or with a perfect guard, or with a guard, even if you have to hold that motherfucker, you are doing it wrong. The name of the game, along with canceling the enemy's attacks, is owning the space. For some weapons, such as a sleep sword or paralysis sword, especially if, for weapons like this one I'm currently equipped with, you choose to invest in Sleep Attack 3, you are going to put them to sleep frequently. I'm not talking once a hunt. I'm not talking twice a hunt. I'm talking 5 times a hunt on the same monster, plus or minus the effect of things such as critical status. Sleep level 3 on this Amain Blade 3 is all you need to put them to sleep. Night-night! They're not waking the fuck back up. And as you know, we, sir, lambs and ladies and lords, we are people who love to put things down. Because since your damage is all based around you going into attacks and breeding the enemy to filth, you're going to look to give openings. It is not even about whether or not you do it the particular way that you might expect to. Your job is to put that attack out, hope that you can recover in time, continue looking for the opening, continue interrupting the enemy, and after a while, after putting enough damage into them, you being able to do damage enough to them that you put that motherfucking ass to sleep. Because sometimes, especially depending on how it works, you might have to just let some attacks hang and slide. Because you can't always go for the attack. Because as you see here, all I'm doing is I'm throwing out simple charge slash and a wide slash, and I have enough time to perfect guard. Sometimes it looks like it's cheating. Well, listen, if the game lets you do it, take it. Because there's actually a little bit of hang time before you get hit on a perfect guard, where if you do it a little bit before, and let's see if my time is good enough, if you do it a little bit after, you still hit the perfect guard. So, even if you have to go for just a simple attack, you can still have the ability to put out pressure. You can still go for that charge slash, because even if you just press the button, you're still putting out damage. Even if you just get a little bit out, even if you hit an attack on the same segment and you end up breaking your wound, it is still to your benefit that you keep swinging if you're using any type of paralysis weapon along with this, because it makes it even simpler for you to be able to do your JYV. Now, do this long enough, and little special tip, because of the state of how it works, when you end up doing enough to put that enemy to sleep, this focus system allows you the ability to re-aim that True Shard slash. Those of you who are smart, you see what that means. It means any way that you can put that motherfucking ass to sleep means you have an automatic barrel bomb wake up. And you can do it without the bombs, you can do it with the bombs. More than likely in most hunts, the most of these players are probably going to interrupt your sleep. So this might be just a solo hunting strategy. And you will be solo hunting. You won't need your Palico. You can bring them if you wish to, but you will not need your Palico. You are looking to set this monster up for the biggest, fattest, meatiest, girthiest damage runs that you can possibly manage. Now, for the training dummy, they are comparable to a Chatacabra. They are very slow, they are very predictable, and it is very easy to figure out how to follow up on them and how to take advantage of them. But however you go about it, this is your bread and butter. It does not get any more complex than this. It could not be any more simple than this. Writ small, TLDR, I am telling you, you need to learn to guard. You have to learn to guard. And for your weapons, you don't need to worry that much about polishing them. But if you really have to trust in your weapon and pray that you can get something off that will work to your benefit, it doesn't hurt to try to invest a little bit on different type of play styles. To which, on that note, let's talk weapons. Most of the ones I started out with were very simple. You had yourself some straight up negative affinities with high attack. You had yourself some small negative lesser affinities with some elements. You had yourself some elemental affinities on normal elements with some attack. And your sharpness varies between here and there. Now, on some weapons, you're going to want to have focus. You will eventually find it on your jewels. Don't worry about the decorations if you ain't got them yet. You will find them in high rank. Protective polish. This will mean that when you open up on your enemy, you can have anywhere from 30 to 90 seconds of no sharpness loss. For any other person that would prefer something that's a little bit easier and simpler to make use of, you might want to go for something such as Razor Sharp, where alongside Offensive Guard, just giving you free real estate. 15% attack damage after perfectly timed guards. Free real estate, you're going to want to focus on reducing that sharpness. If you have a very big means of using handicraft, you will be off to the races. But something like in, which one is it? Is it this weapon? No, it's this weapon. With something like in this weapon, if you can be able to get focus and Razor Sharp and Offensive Guard, you're laughing. If you can be able to, where's my Periodic Blade? Where's my Periodic Blade? Here it is, actually. If you can be able to find a setup that will allow you to make use of, I'm going to have to go to the jewel itself. If you can find a weapon that allows you to make use of, H's. If you're able to find a jewel that allows you to make use of handicraft, so you can get extra levels, so you can try to get yourself to purple sharpness, it seems that white might be the top peak for now on some people's weapons, because the weapons go up to rarity 8. Haven't seen one that's done purple yet, but as you can get your weapon up to a good amount of whiteness, and then you give yourself some mean of sustaining that sharpness, you can pretty much set it and forget it and keep wailing on that monster until your weapon turns green. If you don't have it, I would highly suggest looking into getting a jewel that will enable you to make use of, where is it? That'll enable you to make use of that polisher. Most of them, they're going to be level 2. Level 2 protective polish is more than enough. As you can see on some of the great swords, it actually comes standard. My personal favorite was the new crate when I first started out. Then I slowly moved over to the Quedamorais Esperada, the Periodic Blade 4, as well as the, where is it? Where's my boy? As well as the Chicken Decapitator with a protective polish inside of it, since you were also getting the power of Charge Master alongside Focus. Level 2 Focus, I would say, is the best that you need. I wouldn't say that you need to really concern yourself with Charge Master, because really, a lot of your power and a lot of your damage, even though you can play on the element or you can play on the critical attack, once you actually have access to things like Agitator, it is much more interesting and much more important for you when it comes to your skills and how you feel about them, to really be thinking about how you're going to set yourself up for aggression with the monster. So having things like Agitator, onto Maximum Might, onto Part Breaker, onto Weakless Exploit, into Ambush is going to be better for you. Having things such as Binding Counter or Dogashuma's Counter to give yourself something that will counter the enemy's attack patterns or their particular skills and how they function, along with just a little bit of some increases here and there with things like Resuscitate from Lord's Fury to give you things to work against being poisoned, to work against being slowed or frostblighted. All of these things, jacking that attack value up is the most important thing you can do, because unlike what you would expect for most of the monsters that you're going to be fighting, and most of what that monster can be capable of doing to you, most of these creatures actually have not that much going on for them. So, going down the list, you've got Chupacabras having basically no special attack, Quedamorais being able to inflict Fire Blight, Lalabrina being able to prevent paralysis. So you got some minor tremors and some general stats here. Really, the ones that you're mostly worried about are things that have weak roars. Which then brings us to the hunting horn. In this game, we have gotten the ability to do something that we have never been able to do before, and that is the ability to have two weapons with us in our gameplay. Now, for some people, they have chosen to go with having different types of things. But in general, I would say the smartest thing that you could possibly do is if you are choosing to play Greatsword or you are choosing to play Hunting Horn, pair these two weapons together because they will cover their weaknesses. Now, this is going to be a version that assumes that you are confident enough to be able to either roll into the horn so that you can counter the weak roars of the monsters, or that you can be able to work around the benefit that comes from having earplugs. There are horns, which I will now equip and demonstrate, that will enable you to be able to play around your ability to have earplugs or not have earplugs. Some, as you hunting horn players are aware of, need to understand that earplugs controls whether or not you have the ability to just simply tank through what the enemy does. So, the earliest you can be able to get this will be on a metal bagpipe. And on this metal bagpipe, you're going to want to find yourself access to Horn Maestro. If you do not find access to Horn Maestro, you are going to be very, 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 very sad. There is no ifs, there is no ands, there is no buts about it. You want Hunting Horn 2. If you can at least get Hunting Horn 1 as a part of the weapon, that is more than enough to make use of it, because if you are unconfident in your Hunting Horn ability, guess what? If you have notes that have anything that gives mobility buffs, attack buffs, environment damage negation buffs, all you gotta do is pull out the horn and play the notes, and you're laughing. And why is that? Because if you are able to play these notes consistently, and you are able to get off these songs consistently, you will be able to give yourself a buff that will help you with your setup at all times. You can literally change off and then put on the sword. And now, not only do you have free attack damage, you also have free earplugs. Because assuming you don't even use the weapon, you literally can just use it as a self-buffing horn. Because if you do enough damage to the monster, and you will do enough damage to the monster, Hunting Horn users and Greatsword users, especially if you choose to look at this as Hunting Horn Greatsword, as a perfect combination to each other, you will be able to use the Hunting Horn's songs as a buff, not just for yourself, but for the group, and you will be able to still launch right into combat and get right in the middle of it. You can go from being able to set up your horn play and working on the monster to soften them up, and then when it's time to get frisky, you get on top of them, you jump in with a charge, or, if you prefer, you jump in with a plunge, and you immediately get right in that ass with a true charge. And you still have the ability set up. And as you saw there with that fucking 800 plus, not a bad combination, especially considering it's self-buffing. Right now, the attack value with buffs, as well as food buffs, is 1,000 on a weapon that you'll be using in the middle of the game, and can easily get you into other weapons in the field. Which then brings us to the Hunting Horn proper. Let us assume that you are able to understand the difference between having earplugs and not having earplugs. For those that are not familiar, most of the time, at least in my preference, most hunters are going to come across the idea of, I like being able to use a weapon like this, but my attacks come out so slow that I'm getting fucked over. So let me just go ahead and throw on some earplugs. Level 3, set and forget it. That's entirely possible, and is viable for if you intend on playing the Hunting Horn as a combat horn, rather than just as a pure buff horn for your main hand weapon, of whatever type you choose to use. But most of the monsters in this game are going to be attacking you as if they have recourse. There are of course different outliers. So, for example, Monsters like Raid Owl, surprisingly, weak roar. But for creatures like... Where was another one? Archveld, nope, weak. Zoshia, strong. Jin, strong. I think Gormalago is strong. Strong, weak, strong. So for things like Gravios, Gormagala, spoilers, final boss, it's been a week. Unless you started and you're new, don't worry about it. You'll know what I'm talking about when you get there. Jin Dahad, and surprisingly not Rathalos. But basically, for all of your big, bad, beefy monsters, most of them are the ones that are going to be packing those strong roars. For almost the rest of them, almost all of them are weak. And thus, an idea opens to your mind. If you intend on playing a horn, should you prefer on playing a setup that has a non-earplug setup versus an earplug setup? Or play a horn that has earplugs already tied into the songs? Realistically, this is preference, just as well as the choices you could be using for the playstyles of the Greatsword, and the choices literally are endless and are still yours at the end of the day. Play the way you want, be blessed, beloved. But let's play in this situation as though you know nothing, and let's play as though you need to know what's the trade-offs. The trade-offs of a horn that does or does not have a certain type of playstyle is that there are 3, to my knowledge, types of finishers. These finishers being the 4-note plays that dictate the special attack that is on your horn. Because, as we address the settings, each horn has a particular type of playstyle, and with it, it has a particular type of weapon property, as well a particular style of movement. So, in your tips for the hunting horn, it will tell you about performance, and it will tell you about echo bubbles. It should technically also tell you about let me see if I can actually find it. It should also tell you about the performance of your song. Yes, it does. So, your special performance. Special performances are 4-note inputs that you put in that give you access to 3 different songs, which are hard-coded onto the horn in question. You have the offset melody, aforementioned as the reverb. You have the resounding melody, known as the 5-hit combo. And the melody of life, which is a group heal. In the order, this is a defensive horn, an offensive horn, and a support horn. Alongside it, and all the functions that go therein with what I just described about timing on the enemy and timing with economy. You, ladies and lords and gentlemen, that choose to pick up the Doot of War, need to learn the definition of a damage run. This is not a damage run. Okay? If you are playing your songs like this is not a damage run. This is a damage run. When you are attacking your monster, one of the features alongside your version of focus mode that you have access to is a new style of attack known as a performance beat. I do not care what song you are putting in if it is 3 copies of Self-Improvement played on a hilt stab, which of course comes with the directional inputs as well as the quick inputs. This performance beat gives you a 2-part meaty, technically a 3-part meaty on the repeat, that allows you to put in attacks. Because alongside your note 1, your note 2, and your note 3, you also have inputs on those notes, such as any note pushed backwards on the repeat of the normal attack will give you the hilt stab. On note 2, any attack done in the forward position gives you a 2-note play of your roundabout. And, if done in neutral, gives you a single swing along with the hilt stab. And this is actually not directional dependent. I am going to hold back is really hard to position, so let me try to hold my hand up to the camera for this. I'm going to hold the position on the back input, and I'm going to play the continuous note of B for hilt stab, holding backwards. While this can be a viable attack to use in combat, depending on the direction in which you're choosing to hit the head of the monster and the angle in which it connects, and it's entirely dependent on whether or not it appears to be that I'm drifting to the left. Your key inputs are not directional independent. They're like if you were playing a fighting game on quick controls to give you easier inputs to play. While some of them can be directional based, your ability to make the best use of those directional based attacks come off of whether or not you know how to link an attack run to another attack run. So, spamming an attack input that does not produce a song, such as self-improvement, into forward note fortissimo, into attack up, is a damage run. And with the performance feat, you can always be able to encore on note 1 and note 2 to end early. Playing something like this is not a damage run. Because what am I not producing, chat? I am not producing a note. When I hold forward on this, I'm not getting a hilt stab. This is slower than doing this. Because at the least, I'm getting the quick stab, which then allows me to follow up with specific patterns to playing different songs. So, going from self-improvement into attack up, into earplugs, and being able to play a directional beat into a performance beat, and quickly get out the effects of a song, assuming that I did not have earplugs, or self-improvement, or attack up, is the way. I don't like using the word optimal in this sentence, but is the optimal way for you to be able to perform in combat. Because the true battle dance, the true test of skill of a master of the Doot Doot, whether they are playing support songs, or, if you choose to be really spicy, and you have access to a weapon that has access to a level 3 position, plus or minus whether or not that level 3 position is really, really good. If you trust yourself to be able to make use of a horn that has some very not so forward note inputs, such as these bad boys, which for this horn in question is somewhere between an offense horn and a defense horn, specifically with the offense part being for playing on elements, since this is an ice horn. Being able to play on these horns and doing something like this can actually be considered a viable strategy and a viable input. Because at the end of the day, depending on how you actually play it, doing that input, where all I'm doing is I'm repeating note 1 into roundabout note 2 to play the second note on the repeat, and then stabbing on the hilt stab, 1 input, 2 input, double press, stab, allows me to cycle between my first song. So if I am setting the enemy up, and I'm also taking damage, because you will get hit, believe you me, you will get hit. If I am playing on this enemy, and I am taking damage and getting tapped in the middle of my combos, and it just fucking sucks, and I'm getting interrupted, and it's a big problem and a big deal, and I just can't stop getting interrupted, and I have to be able to figure out how I'm going to be able to heal myself, it is entirely possible that you can be able to set up like so, and play on these notes in such a way to give yourself the ability to get your ideas off, and to get your attacks off, and still be able to fight. Because if you get fucked up by an enemy who does a little bit of damage to you, and you try to reposition, you can always be able to put yourself in a position to get those notes out, and then when you open up on that performance beat, every time you hit the encore of that song, it will repeat things such as healing recovery. Ideally and optimally, you will want to put every song out on your bar as quickly as you possibly can. Be prepared to make mistakes with it. It is entirely possible to fuck up the delivery of your songs, but still be able to perform well with mastering your in-beats. And if you feel like you put a little bit too much distance between yourself and the monster, do not worry, because you and that monster will be able to dance with each other. Because we haven't even gotten to the real meat of your potatoes yet, baby boys. Gone is the fortissimo note and the Beyblade spin of World's Horn on your Echo Note. Instead, I introduce you to the Echo Bubble. On an Echo Bubble, when you create this effect, you create a damaging zone. And in this damaging zone, you create damage particles. And when you get all 3 of them out, each one lasts for 90 seconds, and it has a 60-second recharge, so 1 minute 30 seconds with 1 minute on the clock for the cast. When you get all of these out and you play all these notes right, you go from doing what I was just doing to this. Mr. Streamer, Mr. Streamer, Mr. Streamer, why are the echo bubbles echoing? Ha! Good little question, little Timmy, in my head. You are creating damage fields that are actually playing the damage on a timer, no less, of your damage on the enemy. So, when I said that this is not a combo, or rather, I said the 1-2 note combo of Flourish is not a combo, it is not. Until you have your echo bubbles out. Yes, playing the echo bubble leaves you very, very, very wide open. But get 3 bubbles on the ground, layer them on top of each other, and, add a caveat bonus, when you play these notes, or rather when you play the song, which is played by Echo Bubble A plus right trigger, at least on controller, you have the ability to play 4 notes into the enemy, which means you can be able to do things like set up your songs. Now, for this particular horn in question, that's very difficult. However, some songs are easier to play than others. So, look at any of your 2-note or 3-note songs, such as Health Recovery S. You tap that button, and you can do it fast, or you can do it slow. You can do it fast, but you can put those notes in, you get that performance beat out, preferably playing it on a slash or on a hilt stab, and then into a face kick. Damage! 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 You are not a support character. You are a battle barbarian bard. You whoop ass. You keep people alive, especially on the horns that have Health Recovery S and Health Recovery M. More on that when we get to support horns. And you are able to apply special effects. Now, let's talk Echo Wave. Those who are familiar with playing the hunting horn are familiar with the type of echo waves and effects that were on the horn, whether you had a slashing effect or a blunt effect. In this, the performance beat now functions as a way to get more power out of them. Just input the 3-note song, because it will always be 3 notes. And then let that motherfucker rip. Preferably always be in focus vision, so that you can of course have the ability to move around the enemy and make your attacks not miss. Same rules as with the Great Sword. And by choosing to do so, your echo wave will repeat on those notes. So, notice when I put in Echo Wave Ice on 1 note, you do get the ability to play the note, and if you hit that echo, you do get it to repeat the effect. If you put in 3 copies of Echo Wave, so let's assume you've done your job. You opened up combat, you played self-improvement, then you played skip to the little my darling on their face, and you put out everything you needed to for your setup. And you are now setting yourself up to be able to play the rest of your songs. And you put in every single song that you need to, including the ones that need to go out and be most important. You get into combat with that enemy. You play those notes. And this, as you notice, unlike before, where I was playing the same note combo again, which was note 1 into note 2 flourish, I was playing overhead smash, which allows you to put in 2 notes on the overhead smash, as well as now having a follow-up attack that looks like, I'll play this note, it has a follow-up attack that looks like this. You can input those songs, and now, however you choose to play your beat, each echo wave, along with the hit of performance beat, will have its bubble, and then will repeat for a higher stacked damage effect, a higher amplified effect of your attack. On some of your horns, which I believe applies to this one, you will have the ability to crit with this. So, you do not need to really worry about, oh man, I gotta be optimal about the gameplay and I gotta be optimal about this and about that. Even if you have a bunch of support songs in here, so let's prepare Divine Protection. Even if you play 2 or 1 and you have a support song in it, as long as you hit your damage, and as long as you are confident in how you choose to play the songs, you will be more or less fine. Now, let's talk special performance. For the offset melody, there are several ways in which you can make use of this attack. It is a one cast, one use. However, if you do not succeed in hitting the attack, such as you go for the timing, you don't have your horn out, or you just get fucked up by the enemy, the attack, if you assuming you get knocked down, can be held for a while, and assuming that you get knocked down by the skill, assuming that you get knocked back by the skill, and yes, every single time you have the onset melody, you will have to play the song again. There are some skills and some songs, which as you can see clearly there, on some horns, actually play into other songs. You're going to want to master how to do that the right way. So one thing that you can do with your attack is that you can be able to throw out offset melody in the middle of your performance beats. So, you will want to try to work yourself up to offset melody by playing songs that will put you in the direction of being able to prepare for it. So let's go Limb Attack. And then Divine Protection. And you notice, after I play a Limb Attack, you see that I have the ability to then follow that up into one button combination to then follow Thunder Res. Because the last 2 to 3 notes of Divine Protection are the beginning and the end of Thunder Res. Same thing applies to recovery speed. Ouch, my neck. So let's do this, and then this. By being able to play the songs in such a way where you combine your skills over, your best idea and mentality to really get a grapple on what you're supposed to do is you own the space in the different way than the Greatsword. Rather than you trying to look for the enemy's openings and exploit them with the offsets and the blocks and the counters, you ain't got no blocks. If you want to be able to work like them, you got the offset melody and that is fucking it. However, you do have options and you do have focuses. So, one of the first focuses is to master your horn song and figure out how to weave your attack patterns together to get the most out of your horn and the most out of what you need as the situation calls for it. For some weapons, I don't think you necessarily need to tilt into all of them being focused as your final, but for something like this Jin Dahad, what is it called? For some weapons, such as this Jin Dang, you will want to master playing with jewels such as Sonorous Attack for your Horn Maestro, with various forms of tie-ins, because anything that gets you closer to Slugger, now, for this weapon, it's Slugger level 3, which is why I chose it, especially for this demonstration. The closer that you can get to finding a horn with Horn Maestro, as well as Slugger level 3, the better off you fucking are. But the thing to keep in mind and to note with how you choose to find direction and how you want to play your weapons. Not only do you want to choose the weapon based on whether or not it does or does not have earplugs, you want to choose it based on what its special effects are and what type of access it has to jewels it can use. And also, as you see here on the Echo Bubble underneath the note colors, what type of Echo Bubble effect it applies. For this one, when I stand inside the Echo Bubble, ailments and blights are outright negated. You step in, you step out, you gain the benefit. Step in, step out, gain the benefit. It is an active field of 90 seconds of the buff of the Echo. So, you can have evasion and movement speed, you can have stamina regeneration, you can have ailment and blight, you can have health regeneration, you can have stamina regeneration, defense and elemental res. There's some in here that I can't remember exactly, like attack and affinity, defense and elemental res again, and then different colored notes based on whether or not it is a low rank or high rank horn. Low rank horns you can recognize by the actual color of the first note. So for example, this horn here, the Nihilego Core with a rarity 4, is a lower level horn. I can tell that it is because the first note color, your A note, your B note, and your C note, are colored white, blue, green. Any high rank note is going to have some combination of purple and then varying colors of yellow, red, blue, teal, and green and yellow notes. Because that extra color note actually changes the effects that it's applying. So notice the difference here when we go from Nihilego Core 1 with the white note, how all of them are S, and then how we go here to Valhalla Horn 3, where Thunder Res is large, even though health recovery is still S, and then on a proper support horn, if I can find one, technically Albrioth Force works for this, and then here on the Albrioth Feroce, on this Albrioth Feroce 2, how the self-improvement, attack, and defense up are still the 2-note play of the first 2 notes, but then on attack up and defense up, it is large, not small. This is the difference in what your horn can do, as well as what the horn supplies. Now for preference, before you ever get to Ardians, because Ardian sounders can have different notes set up on how you crafted the horn, you want to start off with your base horns. I'd suggest, as a good staple, find some direction with metal bagpipes, and then go from there. Because when I first made some of my first transitions, I went between the non-horned version and the earplugs horn version. For the earplugs, I chose metal bagpipe for a staple, and on the non-earplugs, I chose the bone horn 4. Which then brings us to the different types of attack. Now, you've seen how it works with offset. Now, when you're playing a horn that does not have offset, you no longer need to compare yourself to any other character that does have the form of responding, because you do not have a way to interrupt that monster when it's attacking you. In this, your name of the game is pure evasion and understanding when to get the fuck out of the goddamn way. Now fortunately, on this horn, instead of earplugs, you get Sonic Barrier. And if you address your basic controls in your weapon log, when you go to your weapon controls and what it does and what your buffs are, Sonic Barrier reduces damage, nullifies wind pressure, ground tremors, and monster roars exactly once. It acts as a one-time jump-in effect. So, if you attack the enemy, and you hit them with that Sonic Barrier, this will give you the ability before combat even starts, a one-time get out of roar free card, and if you can be able to cycle that in combat every time the enemy does a roar, and hopefully does not spam roar back to back, you are able to not only give yourself protection, granted, it will not be as effective as earplugs, you do give yourself some level of cover to where you can exploit enemies in the openings that they provide to you when you choose to use a resounding melody setup. The idea still remains the same, the concept still remains the same. You want to set up your songs, but now you're more focused on that movement and on that positioning. You want to be able to play those songs, stick and move, open up, stick and move, open up, stick and move, open up, and look for your opportunities while still playing your songs, of course. But notice, I haven't even gotten into the focus attack yet. What does that do, Carl? It does this. 1 note, 2 note, 3 note, 4 note, 5 note. Where the echo bubble lets you play 3 notes in succession to prepare your songs. The wound allows you to play immediately 5 notes. You hit all the notes in time sequence. It's got a little bit of hang time, so you can be able to get away with doing just a little bit of shit. If you play the notes correctly, and you put in a little bit of timer, you put in a little bit of focus, you can actually be able to play your songs with some level of competency. So for example, let's try to play Attack Up L with enough notes to lead into the next. That was 4, and I actually fucked up some of the notes. Well, let's apply the idea again. Still kind of fucked it up. Let's try to play something a bit simpler, like resounding. Still fucking it up. This will take some practice, by the way. There we are. As you practice figuring out how to tie these together, you will be able to figure out how to quickly access your songs in combat. And it is important that if you're going for these setups that you try to use these notes. You never want to do something like this, where you are summoning a bubble, or you are playing on a wound, and you are not playing any note. Because while it will detonate the wound, playing all notes correctly, and I gotta wait for them to come back, or I probably have to reset them. Hey, shutch. Yes. That reset it. Let you just like this. Playing the notes thusly, where you try to hit every note in time, even if all you do is translate back and forth between each of them, actually will pop nearby wounds on a monster. So, whereas the Great Sword user will be raking through the monster and cleaving through them, detonating wounds, you will pop every wound on that monster like a balloon while setting yourself up to exploit them. Because for you, you are trying your best to set yourself up for success. So, even if you try not to, try to play echo wave notes if you can. And by doing so, because some songs are a bit easier than others, if you put them through the way that I'm doing them, if you set up these notes correctly, and on a resounding horn, you try to do your best to set them up. Let's assume that I play all of these for the echo wave blunt. When you play on this resounding melody, it's gonna look something like this. You're gonna hit those parts as best as you can. You're gonna try to maximize your damage. And immediately after you do so, you're going to hit the resounding note, and you're gonna combo that into your damage. You're going to play those songs to stack up that performance beat combo for your performance, and you are going to open the enemy up and beat on them. This is the horn type that wants you to actively get on top of the enemy, dodge around them, exploit the opportunities, and use those damage fields as upgrades to get off hits. Because those resounding hits are fucking worth it. And then, of course, I'm not going to go over the Hunting Horns Melody of Life, because it's literally just a heal buff. But I will show you what is on some of their attacks. So, a really good one, where is it, 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 here. So, on some good ones, such as one Azrae Perun, which is based on the Raid Out. Well, this one is a little bit more of a support-oriented horn, in the fact that your regeneration field is going to not be the same as getting an active offense or defense buff. It does have an easy-to-put-together song list. But it's actually simpler to put some songs in, such as Fire Res. And in this way, on horns such as these, as you play through your songs, especially in the beginning, you'll be easily more able to not only stay focused on the monster, but also to be able to exploit their opportunity weaknesses and try to get off as much damage as you can as possible. Especially in anything that allows you to do a 3-note rotation, where you can play note 3 and make use of the overhead slam to stack your echo waves. Because once you've played all the songs that are relevant, you are playing nothing but echo waves. And on a note like this, because this is an offset melody note, you actually give yourself the benefit when it comes to you playing this horn and trying to look for those openings while still supporting people. You're still going to have the ability to feed back and attack back on the enemy. Again, sounds like it's a lot, but writ small and simple. You are a dancing king and or queen. Your job, just like the insect glaive, is to dance around the field of combat and to make yourself as strong as you can, and if in multiplayer, to be the doot that your squad requires. Even if you do nothing more than stand in the back and use that Pirate Software wide range build that lets you just spam Mushroom-mancer and keep giving people in your team sharpness upgrades and wide reach and Demon Shrug and Armor Skin and Power Prolonger by eating those items. If you do nothing else, I want you to be able to get on top of that monster and at least be able to become comfortable enough that you can play the offset melody, and that you learn when to get the fuck out of the way, how to load up your songs, and rather than getting knocked back, when you see the opportunity to do so, you see that attack coming, and you beat that ass, and you get right the fuck back in there, and get right back on your job. Now, of course, you cannot do them back-to-back, especially if you do not already have the offset melody prepared. Unlike when you are playing on the beat, you actually can save the notes preemptively for an offset melody. So let's assume that I do something like this, and something like this, and this, and then this, and this, and this. It is possible that if you see the attack coming and you prepare like this, you can do something like this, immediately have that offset in, get right back on that ass, start opening them up, set yourself up in a way where you keep playing those notes that lead into you being able to play it, and then right back in that ass again. If nothing else, if you learn nothing else, I want you to be confident enough that you can do that every time as possible. You are not rushed in your combos. You are not being pressured to do so as a consequence of your attack timing. Because again, going back here, all you are trying to do on all three of these weapons, but especially the Great Sword and the Hunting Horn, especially if you choose to use them in tandem, you are seeing the enemy coming, you are reading them to filth, and you are interrupting the attack. It is just that simple. With the Great Sword, you can do it at your leisure. and you do not have to worry about whether or not you are getting off your optimal damage or not. And when you are playing the Hunting Horn, you care infinitely less about just standing there waiting for an opening. You are beat sticking on their head, which is why the weapon is called that. And you are constantly outputting that damage and trying to desperately keep the dance alive. Now, all that said, let us get to our boys and our friends and our girls and our ghouls. The dragon, the paralysis, the aerial, the ground, and the elemental Insectglaive. I will not go over the importance of what type of item you use here on your Kinsects. There are probably different types that I have yet to access or that I did not craft. All you need to know is look for one that does something you need it to do, and go from there. It's not that hard. It is not that big of a deal. If you want some simple ones to go off of, Incanaman is fine, Bull Shroud is fine, Lady Paves is fine, and Grandstar is fine. Things that do severing, things that do blunt, things that do recover, things that do paralysis or blast or anything in between. You just need to concern yourself with the weapon first, because the weapon is the most important part for you, as well as Power Prolonger. When it comes to the Insectglaive, you can obviously start with all the weapons out of the gate, but when you really, really want to actually start optimizing, and this is the only time that I would say that it's important, because for the Insectglaive, there is an entirely different playstyle you hold yourself to, which is very much decoration dependent. But let's just focus on the inputs themselves. There is a serious concern that when you are playing the Insectglaive, you desperately want to get access to Power Prolonger and Focus. Even if you get level 2 and level 2, that is more than enough. Don't worry about the elements, don't worry about incentivizing the statuses, worry about Focus and Power Prolonger, because the way your weapon works literally is like a spreadsheet. Which is probably the most annoying version in the game, but is probably the one that I like the best because of its playstyle and because of what they do, where truthfully you can become your inner Falco and prefer the air. Referring to the play guide, when dealing with the Insectglaive, you need to be aware of your combos when in focus mode, because your Kinsect will attack and gather extracts for you, and when marking while a monster part, it will leave behind Kinsect powder. So, when you're looking over at your Kinsect, and you are concerned with what your Kinsect is doing, and how it works, this is where your particular importance of your type of attack, your type of powder, the powder effects, and the bonuses and boosts will come into play. As we can see, as we go and we refer back to our play guide, and into our weapon controls for the Insectglaive, it will tell you what these things do. Namely, extractions. Level 1, 2, and 3, or rather, extracts 1, 2, and 3. Red, white, and orange all collaborate together and are important to giving you the power to use the true potential of your weapon. Otherwise, it is an attack build. It has no defense. It is only offense and offset. But this offset is actually even harder to fucking hit. Red allows you to use your charge attacks with B. White increases your movement speed and your jump height, so white men can jump. Orange will give you the ability to knock back when your weapon is drawn. Red and white will increase your attack, white and orange will increase your defense, and red, white, and orange, with all three active, will alter your attack pattern, reduce your wind pressure effect, tremor effects, and roar effects, meaning yes, it does give you earplugs 1. So, if you give yourself at least 1 level of earplug in your armor, you will be able to cover yourself from those weak roars, with the only roars you're being really left open to being the strong roars. But that remains to be something that, for preference, is to seem to be less optimal. With your weapons, you've got your Rising Slash combos, you've got your Wide Sweep, especially if you are using your Wide Sweep as a way to recall your Kinsects, if you're using it in focus mode. The Harvest Extract button, charging to be able to send them through the enemy like a dynamite. The recall while it is in flight to bring it back to you. Sweeping out your Kinsec mark target to leave behind Kinsec powder, which applies the effect in question, or doing it with holding down right trigger and RB, which if you're used to using your finger as such, you will have to get used to using this. And then finally, your vaults, both advancing, jumping, and midair, which can be considered as the bounce, the plunge, and the midair evade. And thus your focus attack, which is a focus thrust leaping strike from air, as well as a lunging strike on ground, along with the charge effect, which can only be active with red, which means you will need to hit the monster in the head, and descending slash and rising spiral slash, which will only be accessible with all 3 extracts, which will deplete them. So if you get knocked out of the air after you start them, you will basically be whiffing your attack and missing your damage. And ultimately, for what you would need to work on, your basic combos of your Y3 into B, a Kinsec powder marking for marking your target on the ground, vaulting into the air, popping that motherfucker with jumping advance, or vaulting, midair, evading, and advanced slashing. Reason why I say that you will need a little bit of decoration when you try to use this is because the way that you set up your combos for your decorations is going to directly affect what you can do in combat and how well you use it. If you go for a clean weapon, it is not the same as an effect weapon and is not the same as an elemental weapon. You will need to incentivize them because crits are the name of the motherfucking game. You need to get out damage and you need to pump it and you need to pump it hard. The more parts you break on that enemy's body, the more protected you are and the more safe you are from what it's going to do to you next. Critical element, critical status, and critical boost are going to be important. You will not be able to put on things like critical eye. You'll only be able to put on critical boost. You're not interested in just increasing your crit rate to 100%. You're worried about increasing your crit rate to a basic platform of, I would say, 40 to 80 is a good point. And there are ways to get there, but that's tech. And we'll talk about the tech at another time. But in putting together what you need to put together for the Insect Glaive, your gear, as well as the decorations in it, will dictate the viability of what you can do in combat. But at the very least, let's start off with the controls. First off, with it out in hand, there are 2 ways that you can equip it. You can either ready your weapon as nuts, or you can hold down that right trigger. When you first bring out the weapon using right trigger, you will actually automatically send out the Kinsec. And if you keep it held down, you will have the ability, or if after a certain number of time, have the ability to get the parts of it that are relevant to you to exit as wanted or needed. So, by using the charge, or just by constantly opening and closing the weapon as such, you can be able to send the Kinsec out to quick select all of the extracts you need, preferably while facing the enemy, to be able to set yourself up for all of your combos. But let's assume that you have none. Let's assume I don't have that level 2. It doesn't really matter unless you have level 1, to be honest. Now, when you have your weapon out, and you are concerning yourself with how you're going to engage the monster, your normal YYY combo will give you the ability to maneuver around the enemy and set yourself up in a way that you can be able to get in a ground combo. You can do this with sidestep slash normal by YYY, and then go into vaults. Or you can be able to hit with YYY, And as long as it is not the last input of the attack, you'll be able to actually move around. And then, based on the direction that you move with the weapon, it will control the angle at which the Kensec will go out while in focus mode, which I suggest always be in focus mode, because again, what would you rather do? Would you rather be like this and be missing the ability for your Kensec to be out attacking the enemy, or would you rather be like this and have the ability that while you're doing your damage, you're able to hit for the parts that you need and get your shit up? Especially considering that when you have focus on and you hit your third hit, it will actually collect 2 powders instead of 1, which means if I am like this and I try to go for the head, cooperate, I try to go for the head and I hit 1, and then I'm in the body and I'm hitting 1, 2, 3, I'm already fully charged. Now, once you have activated what I'm going to call charge mode, or rather, I'm going to call muffin time, for jokes. When you are in muffin time, your attacks will become more refined, and your finishers will have some extra hits and a little bit more movement and hang time, and kind of naturally counter with each other into other attacks. Alongside that, you also have your leap slam. You can use it to move backwards. You can use it to move forwards. You cannot use it to move to the sides, but you can with your Y. So it is entirely possible that as I attack this here, unfortunate. It is entirely possible that as I move out of the way of the monster, that I can work my way around the monster entirely, not just on the ground, but aerially as well, to provide myself the ability to have the movement necessary to maneuver around the enemy's attacks. But it will not always be perfect. In many cases, you will get knocked out of the air. It will be uncomfortable, it will be dick, and it will fucking suck. But it is entirely possible for you to make every right decision based on the information you're taking in as an insect glaive. Make no mistakes, and still be punished because the game decided you will never be lucky. And should you use leaping, you can be able to combo it into a combo of itself, which is leaping slash, into tornado slash, and if held down, strongest landing slash. Then you can be able to combo that into the rising double, or preferably leap into combat, follow up, attack with the combo, move through the enemy, and continue the pressure on the ground. Now, while you might be loving to do this constantly, non-stop, you do need to understand that this is for when you are trying to evade in hang time and basically work your way around the enemy. Because you do not want to constantly be doing this. Because if you keep doing this long enough, you will eventually start running out of stamina. Because you only are recovering that stamina on the jump when you're in hang time. Always follow up that jump with a evade, and you are effectively going to start ending up being stamina negative, and you will then get grounded. It is also very likely that if you do this without really noticing the directions that you're moving in, that you're going to find yourself floating into damage or floating off target from the monster in your helicopter. At the same time, if you do this without holding down focus, you're not going to get the effect of that Kensec going out, spreading out the effect of what it's doing. For my particular weapon, this Kensec should be the recovery, question mark? Severing paralysis, actually. If you do not, when you are doing your aerials, worry about making sure that, I keep calling it a bee accidentally, but if you're not doing your best to make sure that this bee is out and about and is effectively spinning as you're flying through the air, as such, for your unpowered form, and your focus attack uses yours, rather than as balloons, as upgrades to immediately get into your active state. So, you add wounds to the monster, then you open the monster up, and then you use it to continue attacking. More on the combos in a second. If you are going in the air, and you are throwing out these attacks, and you are doing that constantly, without having that targeter up, you are bad. You are playing bad, you should feel bad, you're dropping damage, and you're also dropping the effect of what you made your Kensecs for. You want to constantly have this going through the air, getting back the effect of what you're doing, and throwing out those multi-hits. Because that, if you are targeting things like backs, fronts, high heads, flyers, wings, tails that are being risen above the ground, that is how you cut them off. You want that Kensec flying with you. It is loss of damage, it is loss of power. At the same time, you also need to learn when to return to the ground. So let's say the enemy is about to send out an attack. Let's pretend it's about to send one out, just now. Right here. You ascend that air, move out of the direction of the attack. Move back in the direction of the attack. Vault up, learn to descend. I don't care if you use it with strong. I don't care if you use it with no wrong jumping into a ground combo where you don't bounce off. You need to learn to return to the ground and hit it with a mix-up. Because once you have that charge, you can connect these combos. You will put out damage. You will do damage. You will fuck them up. You will fuck them up. Because most of your damage, if not from your charges, is going to come from setting up ground runs. Yours is a lot more freeform than a hunting horn can be. It is a lot more versatile than the greatsword can be. You must consider yourself the greatsword of the air and do your part to make sure this enemy is locked the fuck down. You are the tactician of that combat in this form, and you will have to master when to go for the hang time, as well as when to follow up your combos. Which then brings us now to setting up for the simplest part of what you can set up for, which is... Nope, wrong direction. Which is your boy. Give me the red, please. Thank you. Which is your boy, the offset. Descending slash, when it's active to be charged. Bad timing. Once it is active to be charged with one active, can be held. Bad timing. Can be held for as long as you want, unlike the others. And when it makes contact with the first instance of the swing, not the second, not the third, the first instance of the swing, you will perform an offset. And yes, it works like this as well when you land this with the strong descending slash with added extra attacks. It is very hard to hit. It is very hard timing. It will take practice, and sometimes the game can just outright cheat you out of the attack. In terms of positioning, it's really hard to describe, but you want to basically be somewhere in a sweet zone where you're not on top of the enemy, unlike the Greatsword and Horn, but a little bit further back. And just basically pray that the game didn't decide to cheat you as such. It's not really independent. It works the exact same as the Greatsword's offset, but you want to try and aim to time it, because on top of being the attack button, that will give you your ability to defend yourself. Oof. Oofers. Trying to be fancy. As is with the hang time, and the setup that you need for it, your B button is a contextual input. Oofers. Your B button is a contextual input. And the same key that you use for focus is the exact same one you use for dodge and tornado. And because of the difficulty of how hard it is to actually be consistent with this attack, as well as the speed at which this charges, which is where focus comes into play, hitting this offset, give yourself the capability of being able to put the monster on that negative move opportunity will be provided on you being able to hit this well. And it is very hard to do, as you can clearly see. I was somehow able to hit it back to back at least once, like twice to 3 times, but now I can't do it at all. Looking like a scrub. Still, point applies. The same button that you use to prompt it is the same button that you use to activate Rising Spiral, and it's also the same button in which you need to press and depress in order to activate Dodge Slash. Whether you choose Leap In, or Dodge Back, or go with Tornado, you have to get used to pressing and holding. So, when you normal press with direction input, you'll get that leaping. When you put in that button, press and keep holding, then release. That will release you a strong devastating. So, in this situation, if you find yourself too close, do a little backflip, and then try to let it out as best as you can. And more than likely, you will make them a little bit more consistent. Sometimes you will miss. It's all based on whether or not the game decides to be nice to you. But for this particular feedback and timing is very much dependent on you having focus to get the attack out in time to know that it will hit. But at least for me, in my experience, this has been close to enough for it to work. Now, there are specific attacks in these conditions where this will actually differ and apply. So, for example, on monsters that have a form of a dig, and by a dig I mean they have some type of combo that will have some drag to it, have some physical hurt box to it that keeps going. So, on things such as the Quedomatrice spin, the meteor parts of the Chatacabra leap, the one where he Superman's towards you, same with Uthduna, on Nerscylla, Hermrami, and especially Akajaran, or Dogashima, both the Guardian and the Non-Guardian, where they put their bodies in the ground. Also, just be prepared, Jan Kukut's going to do this to you, and he is a laser. His dig is a laser that will track you. You will have almost little to no time to react, and if you're not using a weapon like Greatsword to be able to block him, you're more than likely getting hit and put on your ass. Because the unfortunate state of this is where the Hunting Horn has to have the offset prepared and ready, and maybe you could try to put the note in, immediately let go, and do as such, or block with the Greatsword. You have to get at least a few level of charge. You do need to get first a Red Essence, which you can probably get off of playing a wound, and if you don't get it off of playing a wound, you will have to aim at the monster's head and do a little Kinzik extract, and just position around and hope that you have him in the right position, and just let the motherfucker go and fly, and then bring him back to you. You will need to get a little recharge, but once you choose to do so, you will just need to pray that you hit it in time, but you do need to get enough time to hit that charge, and pray that that hit connects to get the offset off. And yes, it does also work in the air, but the air is a little bit harder to time. As I do not know if the air plunge functions off of the first hit, or if it functions off of the plunge normal, but I'm going to assume that the dive bomb itself does not do it. Those that can be able to find out with this information in the chat, live here, or in VOD, please correct me if you have research that proves so. I'm trying to see something and see if we can be able to get to the science of it. Ultimately, at the end of the fucking day, attacking the ground and attacking the air have their benefits. Now, how do you put this all together? Ultimately, unlike the hunting horn and unlike the greatsword, the insect glaive is indeed the greatsword of the air, but your job is not so much to be doing these fancy transitional combos, like such. Your job is actually to avoid enemy damage and continue the pressure. You want to be beating the enemy down again like a solo drum. But, as you can clearly see inside of my active skills, with some of your things you're going to want to get some evade window. And the reason you're going to want to get some evade window is so that when you're in the middle of that combo and you see that attack coming, you can block and or guard or roll out of the way. In your case, it's rolling. So remember what I said about the attack time. You want to be able to roll the way out of it, preferably not into it like I just did. But you want to be able to roll the way out of it, be able to be safe to it. Whenever you go for the wounds, consider it like the game is going to give you a free dodge slash backwards when you break that wound, like such. And the way that it looks when you do it in the, like when you do it from the air, looks like this. And you're going to be wanting to always stay in a state of power. And the reason why, you want to transition your ground combos into strong descendings, into rising spiral slashes. Now, the way that rising spiral works, as you clearly saw, you're going to put out a lot of damage. And I mean a lot of damage, especially if you're playing with an element. Try and get this. There we go. You're going to be playing with a lot of element. So, let's assume that you're able to put the monster on an offset and you're able to hit them all. You'll want to take the opening, get that rising spiral. But remember, you still have inputs. Dance around them, find a wound, reload, vault, or Y-leap, or B-loop, and hold, and get back in there, and keep the damage going. You want to stay on the parts of the monster that you will not bounce off of. You want to make sure that you're about putting damage as you can. Iffy. You want to make sure you stay on the monsters that you can. Iffy. Avoid getting hit, for one. Unfortunate. Avoid getting hit, if you can manage it, and somehow time it, which I am still having trouble with doing. You're going to want to look, let's say, starting here. You're still going to want to look for that combo. You'll want to take advantage of it as you can. Offset that monster. Go for the rising. Go into your mid-air evades. Still set yourself up for success. May even go on the ground, preferably, assuming you get it from here. Hit this. Maybe mark the target. Drop on the ground. Hit the parts. Get your effects. Keep working the body. Keep working the body. Make sure you don't hurt nobody. Get back your first powder however you can, however you have to, with wounds being the fastest access to do so. And get right back into the combos and keep doing it again. And rinse and release, jumping slash, get down on the ground, find that wound, pop the body, do it again. And you're just gonna live around strong descending slash. Because not only is it your interrupt, it is also one of your best consistent moves. Again, if you can hit the offset timing for it. There are some combos which you can be able to do once you fully understand the nature of strong descending, such as, let's you say you start from B, and you actually hit the offset, Kappa. You put this monster in the back. You want a YYY, tornado. Assume you don't fail. Strong descending. Vault. Strong descending. double, hold, that should have been an offset, and go right into a B. This will probably be your strongest and most important bread and butter combo because it will allow you to be able to evade the monster and set yourself up where you can then dive bomb in, double slash, prepare for the hit, hit the offset, open them up, hit the evade, go back in, hit the vault dance, get on the ground, get your shit back, get back in there, step in, Y, hold the B, see the opening, try to hit it, back in again, root into filth, back over, back in again, down, move into the way, don't get hit by the attack from the front, get back to the side that has a wound, charge back in, get back in it. This one, open up with the B leap in, see an attack coming, open them up, assume that hit, root into filth, do it again, and you are going to blender that monster. I don't care if you hit it from the air, I don't care if you hit it from the ground. Y. Try to avoid the hits. Or B into B, into holding B. Hit the attack again. Try not to get hit again. And just keep the pressure and momentum going. Because if you do it enough, you will start to mount that monster. Because remember, one of your best strengths as a insect glaive is to be able to get on the monster, and you are the one who lives in the mount stance. Now, this is where you then become a stripper. You're gonna mark their body. I don't care if you do it with the knife, I don't care if you do it with the light attack, the strong attack, or the weapon attack. Probably rely on the weapon attack instead of the knives. You're going to work that body, work that body, work that body, and you're gonna create most of the wounds for your team. Because when you come out of there and you go into any attack, and you attack from the position of using focus thrust, and then you leap into the monster, and you hit with a tornado, and you're going to strong descending into lightning spiral, you're gonna be causing a lot of wounds. Or possibly popping a lot of wounds when that happens. More than likely, you're gonna put that monster on their ass, you're going to put that monster in a stagger state, you're gonna knock them on the ground, or you're just going to do a lot of DPS to them. Depending on if you're using critical element or critical status, you're just going to be using a lot of damage on them. And no matter if you're going with raw damage, ailment, or elemental, personally I would suggest you use dragon. It is just the all-around element for any type of monster, especially the ones that are going to be the most annoying, preferably in my taste, because the ones that I struggle with the most at this current time is Arkveld, Guardian Arkveld, all forms of Rathalos, all forms of Raytheon, Gormagala, Blangaga, Anjanath, Zushwa, sometimes a pack of Hiragami, Jendahad, Dogashuma, Nuudra, Uthduna, and any brute wyvern or brute type monster that will have attack frames that are very hard to punish, with the worst being Gormagala. You will notice that a lot of the suggestions, Fire, Thunder, Dragon, Dragon, Fire, Thunder, Water, Ice, Dragon, Thunder, Dragon, 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 Water, Thunder, Ice, Fire, Ice, Thunder, Dragon, Water, Ice, Dragon, Ice, Water, Fire, Thunder, Dragon, Ice fight, like Fire, Ice, Thunder, Dragon. Most of the Guardians are going to be weak to some form of dragon, just by nature. Water, Ice, Water, Fire, Thunder, again, with an incentivization on being conditional, because it depends on when you break parts of their body, and then when it flips the status. So for Nacilla, it will be weak to Thunder, and then flip to being weak to Water once you break the ailment that it normally comes with, since it's literally wearing the skin of a monster on its back. Water, Ice, Water, Thunder, Fire, Thunder, Water. Dragon is going to be your go-to element in the late, but if you don't want to do it that way, or you want to specify your shit this type, when you get to making the artisan weapons, you'll be bouncing between the two. I chose to pair, because of the nature of how hard its offset is to hit, I chose to pair the insect glaive with the greatsword. I am using a sleep setup, which is just a copy of a better version of the main Blade 3 with Focus, Guardian Handcraft, and Razor Sharp with Blaze, and Critical Element Dragon Enhancer Blaze Jewel with Focus Dragon, which is just the incentivization of the Dragon build. I have a reflected one that happens to be for Paralyzer, and I will soon, today, later on, be working on one for specifically jacking up Critical Boost out to the moon. However you choose to set them up, you will want to try and focus on getting critical status, plus the effect that you're going for. And you're going to try your damnedest to jack in as much infinity as possible, so that when you do go for those effects, and you do try to set up the monster to put them on their ass, you'll want to do so in a way where, just like with the other weapon, most of your interest in your time and your focus is going to be on getting their combos out, not having any hang time, and just keeping up the pressure. And the reason why was that when it comes time for you to hit that Rising Slash, and then you try to get back in, constantly affect what you need to inflict on the enemy. As you keep hitting those attacks, if it ever goes to paralysis, that should have been an offset. Will the monster ever get paralyzed? Will the monster ever get paralyzed? There we are. Once you keep up the pressure, if you choose to go with a status weapon, you are keeping up the pressure with the intention of not only being able to give the monster wounds, but also to try to get off the maximization of your ailment, namely paralysis. You want to be able to use that to milk, similar to the exact same way that the Great Sword will want to use sleep to set them up, like set themselves up for better hits. All in all, I have chosen to make this guide for these three weapons in this way, so that at least for a beginner's guide of what it looks like to perform and to execute, you can have a better idea of how to truly be able to do what you need to do to perform in combat, and do so from a position of familiarity. Of course, if you are one of those humble users that decided you were going to skip the lab, you are going to skip the research, you are going to skip the build, you're going to jump in, do it your way, that's good, be best beloved. If I see you in the hunt, and your ass can't perform, I'm dogging you. Because there is no excuse in this gameplay where you can never know what it is you need to do. Because unfortunately, and it's hard to really admit because I've thought about it for a while before I went live today, this game isn't finished. I was talking about this last night with users, and the fact of the matter is, this game is incomplete. And the reason why it's incomplete isn't just because it's going to be getting post-launch updates. No, the combat on certain enemies, in certain encounters, in certain scenarios, using certain tools, certain setups, certain strategies, and most especially, as you can clearly see, with how beloved and forgivable both the Hunting Horn and the Great Sword can be. And when you see footage of the Charge Blade, and when you see footage of the Switch Axe, and when you see footage of all the other melee weapons, especially the hammer. Hammer is a special case. Don't take me a while to crack that one open. The sheer difference of gameplay, and how you can see the idea is to give different types of game loops that reward you for mastery of your weapon and your tool, even with just generalizing how best to go about it. This game is unfinished, because by changing the entire combat system and not trying their best to slowly edge you into understanding it. You could say that they do with the Chatacabra and all the other enemies that have different types of weak hits and strong hits, that as they chip you out, like the Lalabarena, or when they crash you out, like the very slow, predictable attacks of most of the plane enemies, until you start getting ones like the Balaharas, their tail whips, or Gormagala, or Guardian and Rebirth's Archfeld, you're just going to get versions of attacks and get interesting interactions that just make you think, what the fuck, I clearly hit that, I clearly guarded that, and I clearly defended that, and I clearly parried that, that you're going to be thinking, what the fuck is going on? I experienced it last night. The fact of the matter is that despite all of these tools that they have given us to basically be a new version of Longsword, as was the existence of World and Rise, unlike the bar burners of Rise's flies, their wire bug combos, and the many clutch claw combos that could have been performed with the Longsword, or the Great Sword, or the Hammer, the combos and the tools that they have applied and given to you for at least these 3 weapons, and I would say in total all melee weapons, because ranged weapons are different and the bow is an entirely different class of discussion, they are incomplete because the way that you would expect a parry to work, in the way of, let's say, a Dark Souls parry, when you hit the parry on the monster, unlike the training dummy, that monster might still keep going with their attack. It'll pay off, it'll play the sound, it'll give you a buff, such as Dogashima's offset buff. It'll give you the buff, but the enemy will just keep on trucking and then move their attack combo. So even though you successfully perform the guard, you might not get rewarded with a power clash after guarding perfectly 20 times. Despite how hard you work to be able to beat the timer and beat the offset, the game might just say, nah, fuck you didn't do it fast enough, he's not offsetted. And he'll keep going with an attack. And where you relied on the game to give you clear feedback that was the case, you will have to do things that feel bad and unoptimal, simply because the game decided that is what's going to happen to you. And in that way, the game is incomplete. Now, I do not care about how you achieve the goal of getting the material necessary to do what you need to do, you know? Don't care about the Night Blossom farm and all the shit like that, since it has already been nerfed out into the ground. And now the only way to get it is the intended method. Whether or not you used it ahead of time, this guide can help not only new players, but also veterans to get an idea of exactly what that combat looks like and how to really talk yourself through those combinations. It is really, really important that you don't clickbait it, which is why I've chosen to explain it as I have, in my style and my way. Because the fact of the matter is, until they really solve that inherent game loop of wanting us to be aggressive, but not giving us clear feedback that inside of a Souls-like would have a clear loop and clear direction on what one can work on. You really just have to use all the tools available to you and figure out how you're going to beat the monster at the game. After all, it is you against the machine, but it is also you against your machine, and also the interest of your of your fellow hunters and how they choose to act in combat. So no matter what you use with your tools, no matter what you use with your setup, just understand that you are always going to be permanently at the mercy of the game, network, lag, input, and so on. So, no matter what you do, no matter how you go about it, take this information in peace and love, and go out and become the hunters that you were meant to be. I'm Single Player Carl. You can find me in all the places where Carl and Carl appliances can be sold, both on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, and Twitter/Gitter. If there's anybody in the live chat that has any questions that they'd like to ask, I would humbly ask that you do so at this time, so I can try to talk through it, just in relevance to the Great Sword, the Hunting Horn, and the Insect Glaive. I'll give you 5 minutes to type them. Snip. Don't be afraid to ask questions. In this, there is no stupid question, except for the stupidest question you could ask, which was the one that should be obvious. But we're going to assume that all questions are not stupid questions. It appears that the live chat has no questions that they want to ask about weapons. So, now that we've talked about theory, Now I can demonstrate to you praxis. Praxis is a lot more difficult to truthfully demonstrate than the theory. Because in theory, all of these things should be really simple. But unfortunately, they are in fact not simple. They are in fact very, 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 very annoying. And the reason why is because getting it to work in praxis as well as in praxis really requires you to get feedback from what's happening in the environment. And based on what's happening in the environment, when you choose to fight the monster you are hunting of your choice, a lot of the merciful combat that you could take investment and involvement in with really is at the detriment of whether or not the game decided you are luckiest enough and fastest enough to be able to complete it. So, as an extension of the back of the guide, assuming that you have got to the cutoff point here, let us go into combat and show you, for example, what the insect glaive with dragon can be able to do to a monster, or rather can do to a zone, when on a hunt. In terms of all the setups, Element Dragon with critical boost is probably the strongest damage that you could get out of this setup. However, at this time, I only have access to Dragon Attack and Critical Element. I do not have access to the extra pieces and parts to get off all of the efficientness of Critical Boost. Okay, everything's correct here. So let us go on a basic investigation. Let's go after an Arcveld that has a gem. We're going to launch off from Area 13. One of the things that is the most important thing that I could tell you about just applying just the insect glaive knowledge is that combat, it will be intuitive for whether or not you can or cannot fly in the air, based whether or not you will have the freedom to do so. So let us get ourselves in position. Let's get our pods ready. Get into posizioni. Open up our mantle, and let's begin. I'm onto the monster. When in a state of mount on a monster like this, you will want to work on the part that you'll have least time to hit. So I'm going to open his back while leaving the wound on his face. I'm going to immediately full vault. And I'll start on that tail. Unfortunate. Getting knocked out the air like that is just gonna happen to you. You have to accept it. That was an interesting thing with the clutch claw, or with the glaive there. Unfortunate. Decent open, decent start. With the use of this power prolonger, you'll be able to keep this up for as much as you need. Now he walks over here, and he decides he's going to have some fun, if he does, with the Chupacabra. They're going to do damage to each other, just like normal Turf War. And now, I'm going to put wounds on his tail while also hitting his back. Unfortunately, the game decided to put my input as an up instead of a down. Ejected out of the air, but it's okay. Unfortunate. Try to move my best to get out of the way of that, but that was the situation where I talked about, where the game just says, fuck you, you're not allowed to dodge. Still good damage runs. Managing to keep pressure upon the monster while also being able to avoid around his attacks, but I haven't hit an offset yet. In practice, you want to try to time for offsets, but in praxis, there are just going to be times where it is more important to not get hit than really focus on trying to hit the offset. If you know you can milk the offset, by all means go for it. If you cannot milk the offset, do not feel like you have to do it, otherwise you're trash. Damage in TPS is more important than perfection. If you can master it, that's great, but I'm aiming for competency. Mastery can come later. Because of course, if you're trying to play perfect when you're not having fun, are you really playing Monster Hunter? Somehow my charge wasn't holding. I feel like that offset went off first, but that's whatever. I feel like I rolled out of that, but whatever. As you can see here, we've been about 10 minutes in the mission, and he is ready to be captured. Let's see if I can be able to get the tail carved, because I want to go for the gem. Tail carved. Get trank bombs ready, which they should have already been ready. Shock trap down. And it's a nighty night, sir. And we carve our tail. And just like that. It's that easy. It's that easy. It's that easy. It's that easy, chat. It's that easy. It is not, I'm not going to say brainless, because there are some things in the game that are outright fucking brainless. Not going to lie to you. I will not cap, I will not hold you. There are things in this game that are just outright fucking brainless. Especially you Charge Blades users. Especially you Switch Axe users. But these three weapons, easiest for beginners. It looks fancy. And you will get hit sometimes, okay? Divine Blessing, if you feel uncomfortable taking hits from monsters, get the level 3 necklace, put it on, wear that, keep it with your character, use it on all three, I don't care. It is not hard. It is not hard. It is not hard. You can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. All you need is a little help, a little support, and someone to show you what it looks like. And you too can be able to perform. At the very minimum, any person who takes this advice and any person who looks at this guide, you can be able to perform. And simple as, you work on it this way, you put in that effort, and you turn out with shit like this. These duels happen to be probably good and or dog shit. That first duel there was actually extremely good. This one is kind of nice too. That one is really great too. That one is really nice too. But you too can be able to perform and solo these missions. I did that in under 10 minutes. If I had critical, I could probably do it faster. Using paralysis, I would obviously do it slower, but then I'd be charging up and hitting all those parts of his body, because you see, on these big ass monsters, especially Gormaglagala, Gravios, Jendahad, Zoashia, and any monster that is abnormally big, based on the variant size system. The bigger that bitch is, the more hits you get with that glaive. So, take this advice, take this criticism, take my money, and go out and become the players you're meant to be. That ends the guide portion of this. Now back to the ass whooping that was already in progress. I think that was fine. All right, chat. I think I already have this set up with a power prolonger that has it. No, I don't. This is Blaze. So I can actually get full dragon enhancement now. Based. Here we go. Power prolonger dragon. Dragon, dragon, dragon. I am a millionaire. I am a billion. It looks so nice. It's so nice. It's so cool. It's so nice. 20% with bonus 60. Kappa. Kappa. Now, as for those body pieces, I believe I now have something stronger than Adrenaline Rush. This is activated if I take damage or if I've been in the mission for over, what, 160 seconds? I feel like its cap out is 5 minutes or something. We can go Flare, we can go Weakness Exploit, we could go Burst. I feel like Burst is a choice. Destroyer is nice because I like Part Breaker. But I feel like we probably go something else, but we don't have the level 3 here. So it probably stays on this. Because I don't think it's ever Coalescence. Could have made window. And this is my Stamina Surge, and this is my Air Plus 2. This is my adaptability, so I kind of have to wait until I get a third level 2 slot. Or I get a level 2 in the boot, so I can replace that. Base, 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 base. Everybody in chat is so quiet. Nobody asked any questions. No one said nothing. A little sad inside, but you know what? It's okay. It's okay. It is A-O flipping K. Bum, bum, bum. I know everybody got me. Twitter got me. I think. Hello? Are you alive in there? Send me a sign that shows me you're alive. Alright. Nothing was completed from the wish list, I bet. Nope. You. Alright, back to it, I guess. I'm gonna get right in there, right in there. Just say it. I'm gonna get right in there, right in there. 41 minutes. I'm gonna get right in there, right in there. Gonna get right in there, right in there. I'm gonna get right in there, throw it up and light it up. Hey, that means on that stuff, you throw it up and light it up. Hey, once you throw it up, you throw it up, you light it up. Hey, I'm doing it, jump on it, jump on it. If you don't want it, jump on it, jump on it, jump on it. If you don't want it, And then rinse and repeat and do it again and see how more efficient it is this way. Boy! Welcome, Struggler. You literally missed the entire recording of the weapon guide that I just finished explaining. Welcome back. Hello. I'm going to jump over here so you can hollow out a Negro. Man's out here being incognito. There's lots of ums and ahs and what could probably be run-on sentences in my guide, but you know what? It's mine, and it's information that is actually put together in a way that is legible for people to understand, so they can lick my raw side of the dick. I also did not replace my trap. I haven't hit him enough. Clipped. Huff, look at tail. I really wish you would not lock my camera in like that. It appears that he's not coming. He might actually be at work. Silly. Anyways. Beep, 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 beep. Well, that answers that question. Bing bong. Bing bong. Bing bong. Whoop. I'm a stripper. I'm working on a pole. I'm a stripper. And now I chill. I'm gonna put you in a line. I missed! You get back here! Don't you run from me, slave! This damage run is a lot better than the one I just did, because it includes an offset. And the offset looks cool. Run faster! I remember to carve the tail, right? Yes. Now, chat, is the sound too loud? Because honestly, with my new headsets, I actually can't tell when I have this jacked up higher than I normally would, or if it's on an unnormal and an even amount of sound, and that it's just, you know, blurring your ears out. And someone confirm in chat. Stamina Thief, attack, airborne, critical, piercing, Stamina Thief, power prolonger, normal, guard up, ice, flare, throttle, razor sharp, ice, razor sharp, tetrid. That flare's looking juicy. Also, I can turn this off. Do 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 do. Boom, ba-dum, boom, 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 boom. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Do 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 do. What do I want to say? I'm losing 10% affinity. But is it worth it for taking that? Or is this one that has to go on the weapon? Pretty sure that it was a normal jewel. Yeah, so boost. It's a 3. Okay, here it is. Fire burst. SJ was here. Not sure if I want both of these. I'm thinking it's probably double burst. Yeah, let's do that. I have to find a way to work it into this setup. As I'm pretty sure if I can get the pieces of Arc Veld, I can forego healing. I get the 3 here. Yeah, I think it's a fine upgrade. It's also a new helm. The problem is it'll clash with the other one, so I'll probably have to change the outward look. Because this is the Mighties. I'm basically losing the 2 that I said I would. So we go here. We're gonna get another level 3. Agitator is not good to go for in this situation. Part Breaker feels like it'd be it. Latent Power is not it. Probably Weakness Exploit in lieu of anything else. Putting the maximum here. Putting in Constitution here. Bing, bing, bong, bing, bong, bong, bing. I would still have to lose 2, but I can be able to make up for the 10% I'm losing by putting in something else. I think it's evade. I'm only going to do this. I'm looking over this and thinking about it. If I wouldn't benefit from one level of Part Breaker, but at the detriment cost of my Refresh Jewel. This is giving me back 10. But I think I need to do this. because all of the crit shit would just require an entirely different setup entirely. And I do not believe I have crit boost yet. I have to change the chest at some point. Let's replace Zoo. Yeah. With some form of Vulcan. I double check to see if I can't get a different change. Each. Yes, there are two versions. This one is Elemental Absorption. This one is Heartbreaker. What was Guardian Arc available? Increased stamina, moderate amount of health from destroying a wound. Heartbreaker for layer. Yeah, this is the one I'm gonna want. Already failed is down here. Helm 3, body 3, body 3, 2, 1, 2, 1. So I think it's going to be something like this, and not this, but Gore's boots, right? Something like that. I'm more concerned with the armor parts. So this is fine for now. Because technically I only need 2 pieces. There'll be 2 pieces and 2 pieces. But of the Guardian version. What do you know, Fate Extender? Because this is burst and burst. And then it'll have flare on the body pieces. Yeah, let's cross that road when we get there. And just to confirm, no, we do not have critical boost. Well, not yet, anyways. Is there anything else that I possibly could have missed? I don't think so. I don't want to upgrade that. I want to put this stick into it once it's ready for Gore. Oh, my head is sweating. Bathroom. pain. Won't you see the mind of what you need and find when you wanna get laid? Cause you wanna get laid. I'm saying that for tomorrow. Laid. Hey, hey, hey. Do you have another one? That's upstairs. Another one. Another one. Does anybody want to feed me? No. Tempered? Tempered multi? How could you show me the things that I gotta do? Show me all the stuff that I can do. Show me my pocket, the gym, my package. You show me the jewel. No jolt here. Ooh. Tempered Rathalos. That one does have a gem. That one does not have a gem. That one does not have a gem. It's getting to the point where I'm continuously running out of space for these. Suitor. Wow. Okay. I am in fact thirsty. Please let Sonic be affordable. Yeah, we're fine. It was fine. It was fine. It was fine. It was fine. They seem like they should be. February Fusion Fizz. Mangonada Slush. I do not want to float. So yes, they are, technically. Let me get that blood orange. Okay. Four things. Okay. Call me if you get lost. Call me if you get lost. Oh, call me if you get lost. Show me the way that you're feeling inside. Will I show you my pride? Know the way that you're feeling too. I show you my side. Show me what I feel inside.
ってみようかね。出来具合はどうかね。さあ、お望みは？出来具合はどうかね。
Razor, Frost, Dragon, Witch, Critical Eye. All I'm looking for. Another Guardian Iron Wall. Razor Sharp and Handicraft. Yeah. That is definitely a direct upgrade. Yes, sir. Oh, if only there was something for the tenderizer. Actually, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's on this helm. I'm retarded. Either way, until I can get something that is focused with handicraft, that's probably as theoretical as that's getting on the sword. Unless I already have it. Yeah, that's as theoretical as that's getting. Hello again, Ronald. Your favorite hockey team lost and you're sad. I'm sorry that your favorite hockey team lost. You actually ended up missing out on the taping for the guides I just did for the Great Sword, the Hunting Horn, and the Insect Glaive. I do have pinned, or not pinned, I do have marked moments of them inside of the highlights, but because it is not currently April, and therefore that stipulation stupid ass shit is still happening on Twitch, you'd have to roll back the VOD back to the beginning from when I restarted on this broadcast for where it was. Do I watch sports? I do. I just don't watch them very often. I end up watching more entertainment media than I do actual real competitive sports. If I do watch sports, I usually end up watching esports. And not no fucking Twitch rival shit. I mean actual Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 and indie scene tournaments. Especially those that are parallel and perpendicular to the FGC. Ultimately, I just stopped caring about most sports because most sports outside of the ones that people regularly know about just don't interest me anymore. And most of the ones in my esports interest. Some of them, on the particular level, certain ones like League of Legends are just sports washed shit. It's a whole thing. What weapon is your favorite if you had to choose only one? The Hunting Horn. The helm looks so out of place. I'll get a chance to fix it when it's got the rest of the parts in it. For now, I can't really do anything to it. Not until I hood the boots. Because I still got 30 minutes on this. Tempered Uthduna. I just marked that Rathalos, didn't I? if you roll back to the beginning of this broadcast, from the one that I was trying to start with the one before last, when my computer would not cooperate with starting the game back up, you can watch the entirety of it. I'll need to make sure that I timestamp it on the VOD, so that any person who's interested in it, I can cut it out for it and then just post that onto the channel as a standalone, which was my goal. Why did it look like he was not in 13? Whatever. And I was spitting on your ass, and I'm spitting on your ass, and I'm spitting on your ass, and I rape you. Boy, do I hate fucking doing his goddamn double flops. Belly flop comes out too fucking fast. Any honey, any honey, any honey, any honey? No. Not on the way that I'm, well, maybe on the way I'm going up. Finally. I'll do my charge again. Get back here, slave! I didn't say you could run! Went back and finally beat both Gormagal and Archibald Soul. Each one took 14 minutes. Not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Most of the general community average has been about 25 minutes plus. Give or take those that are not just outright glass cannoning. Man, he moves so slow. That should have been an offset. Nice. And I need to play, but nice. This goddamn Hunter Central 3 has pissed me the fuck off. Ugh. And I get a garbage. That's what I get. I get a garbage. The Guardian parts or whatever. It's gonna probably be a while until I get to do the full critical, but it is whatever it is. Am I having fun? Of course I'm having fun, baby. I'd be having a lot more fun if I had you here. Goddamn. And we're on the bend. Just keep deleting and I keep deleting and I keep deleting and I start running out of space to delete. It's Hunter 1. And then I gotta find ways to get more. Because then again, I have multiple art belts, so I'm not really missing out that much. You did drop in earlier, but it never popped up. I would not know why that did or did not happen because I was actively looking multiple times for people who may have been chatting in the middle of my thing, but it never came up. And I know that I wasn't disconnecting because I never disconnected in the middle of doing the review. So, I don't know why it didn't appear. Because Botrix should have been synchronized. I don't know. I feel like until we either get an improvement or something changes with my ASP, I'm just eternally going to miss out on certain things. Because sometimes the bot does not fully sync. And then sometimes it's like I miss the messages because they get eaten by the bot queue. Because that do be the way that it be going. I don't know, baby. Technology does weird things. I know how you feel about technology when it doesn't behave the way that it's intended to when it's in your hands, but I don't know. Okay, I need to start doing these goddamn things. 18 should be long enough. Every time, it's always this same Guadam rice. That's an unnecessary amount of bouncing. This hill is fucking up my entire flow. That did not hit. Go ahead. Fortunate. Right back in the ass. Turn off with your tail. Really? That combos out, huh? That one's on me. That one's on the horse, not moving faster. Why does my roll never come out? Every time I'm put in that situation, the roll never comes out. At least he had revival. Well, you know how our dog daughter is, babe. She just can't sit still these days. There's no way you're near death. No, you're not. Ow. He has literally never done that attack to me before. Another instance where the camera is out of way. That was early. I'm a knockout. Yeah, that was not gonna happen. Also not gonna happen. How did I go from being completely on target to being sloppy within the span of what, 5 to 10 minutes? I'm ashamed of you, Carl. Carl, I'm ashamed of you. Still 9 minutes. Still not a goddamn thing I can use. How fucking rare are these critical jewels? Gem, tail, horn, callus horn, callus shell. Armor plate, armor scale. Left chain blade, right chain blade. That's like another reflex situation. You break the chain blades, kind of have to isolate him. The callus shell is literally only the goddamn chain blades. And ironically, the Guardian Arc failed. Seemingly requires nothing. Is it literally all just that? Yeah, it is. There's the rest of the armor pieces. Here they are. Yeah. It's literally just the callus shells and some other rare parts from other monsters. Fuck me. I feel like that's the target choice for the greatsword. Oh. I don't think, well, I don't know. Maybe 14 will be enough? Lord of mercy, that's a lot. Oh, time to beat up a spider. have to focus the chain blades. Remember, Carl, you have to focus the chain blades. Come on. There goes the paralysis. My trap go off, please? Thank you. You can't tell what the fuck's going on because they have too many explosions going on. Instead of slowing down and taking the haircut, this player runs forward and goes and does what they want to. Not my fault you missed your tail cut, dumbass. Are any of these good? Like, maybe. My internet dropping? Yes? No? No. Don't know why that happened. Don't know why that happened either. Foray. Burst. Agitator. Protective Force 3. Fate Empowered again. Fire and Opening. Ectomorph. Poison Duration. I think the best hits here were Foray and Burst. I'm gonna have to fucking enable the microphone because people aren't listening. It happens every single time. Somebody decides that they're just gonna run forward and do whatever the fuck they want. And then they drop their own goddamn loot. I didn't tell you to go anywhere, Secret. Can't go, you go anywhere. Here's the button. Where's my button for push to talk? Oh. Use both. On a sheath. Blah 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 blah. I can't apparently find my goddamn shit. Where is the input for the microphone? Ah, fucking Christ. Why is it so hard for me to find this fucking input? For some reason, I literally cannot find the button that my microphone's on. Hey, sweetie, I love you bunches. I'm gonna hop off, though.
気をつけましょう。
Okay, baby. That's fine. Where's this goddamn button? Googling it. Turn on voice chat options. Systems tab, audio, voice chat, turn off, turn on. Switch it to push to talk. Doesn't say how the button's activated. Enable voice chat. Enable push to talk.
Here, you can adjust the volume of the voice chat. Only press a button, then you will have to speak, and you won't have to press any buttons. Or push to talk to press a button, then you will have to assign to, and the voice chat will only work when you press the set button. Here, you can.
Oh, thank Christ. Somebody actually gave the correct answer. Keyboard config, all melee range weapons, scroll down to the chat section. Okay. That should not be in a separate fucking window, bro. That should not be in a separate fucking window. What a mess. Test. Mhm. Not sure if that'll be enough.
採取した素材保管しておきますね。
Okay. I am of the opinion that that setup is just absolutely atrocious. 100% absolutely atrocious. Is there an easier way to set this up? So that's clearly the two different keys on the main key and the enter key. So maybe if I have it on 5, it'll be fine. Although I do not see any indication that says that I'm speaking. So that's cute and fun. Only one way to test in the mission. Tempered Conga, Unchained Gen, Tempered Arc Veiled, Collect, Cryptoceros, grab 2 different versions.
はい。
Because there's going to be a lot of Arc Veiled in my future. This is temporary boost. Tempered Archidorn, Tempered Rose, Tempered, 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 Non-Tempered. Tempered, 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 Tempered. Enter symbol 2. Yeah. Under symbol 1, under symbol 1. I literally now have to start working through all of them. Right. Bathroom, and then we attempt to talk to people and more than likely get told multiple slurs. Okay. Boom, boom. Any food? Nope.
Hi.お待ちしていますね。
Actually, what do I want to be? I want to be in Suja. Just in case I need to be at the whole Harkin. And the support ship came in. Alright, Hunter Ready, Gordo, what do you got? You got some bullshit, that's what you got.
ほらよ、君のものだ。役に立てた。ほらよ、君のものだ。役に立てたか。じゃあな、また来いよ。
先生、皆さん、はい。
Lots and lots of people wearing that armor. Their voice. Why can't it just let me organize them via the ones that are most relevant? That's in 3. Chupacabra. Arcveld Gem. Arcveld Horn. Just 3. And 99, motherfucker. Red of health. Are you serious? Am I the only person that has dung pots? Focus on the chain blades. Also, you're forgetting the tail carve. Literally no idea whether or not the microphone is working or not. I'm not responsible for the carbs you missed when you leave the tail behind. Decent. Every successful cut is one step closer. Really annoying that that's the case. I want to double check to see how I know when it's on. this is not worth spending on.
ではまた
I should only keep buying. Mm.
ギルドの要請により本任務を開始します。支給品です。これを利用しましょう。やりましたね。
It would be very nice if you would stop hitting that skill so I keep getting staggered out of place in the trap. Thank you.
ですが、モンスターにとっても条件は同じはず。
Avoid the second Chupacabra. Drag him over to the pond. Don't just go into the head. Cut the chain blades and the tail off first. Pull him back over to the pond. We're over here to use the Vigor Wasp. Job. Now focus the chain blades. almost dead. Tail carve. Tail carve. Tail carve. Charge sword. Tail carve. I'm not responsible when you miss out on your loot. Now you don't have enough time to go get your tail card, Charge Sword. Nothing. Pieces, 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 pieces. These two traps. How many? Five out of 23. Because they keep trying to wail on the head instead of trying to hit the charge blades. Saw that charging up, and he instead went for that attack instead of flash. He slept, he slept, he slept. Stop, 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 stop! Fuck! Learn to wake up! Carve this out, heal, regroup. I'll start. We need to open this with a sneak so we can be able to start with the tail cuts. And instead of listening, the first charge decides to run in and fail the cut. Focus on the tail first, then focus on the charge blade. You don't need to aim for the head yet. Tail carve. Go slowly and push yourself towards the bigger wasps. Pull them over here. That's definitely not near the bigger wasps. Again, pull him off of the dunes. I am tired of getting dead angled. It takes 5 seconds to reset. It's not hard. Focus on the charge blades. I can promise you the back of the monster's hind legs are not its arms. Focus on the arm blades. Jesus fucking Christ, new players have to work on their listening skills. No. I shouldn't have to make the same call out 5 times. You're an intelligent player. Play like it. Well, that confirms that they indeed can hear it. More importantly. Three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 instances. 18. 24. I can't count. The monster is slapped. Slapped. Not horrible. Not the best, but not horrible. Temporary force interrupting the fight. Both of them took the long way. He's already there. Focus on taking off the tail, then focus on the charge blades. Careful, drawn back. Good job, now switch to the charge blades. Second insect glaive, I'm very certain the already chopped off tail is not his arms. Cut his charge blades. Greatsword, don't be afraid to pop those wounds. If they're on his arms, prioritize them. Leave the other parts of the body on so that both insect glaives can recharge power for longer. Don't forget to cover the tail. Not focusing those blades is going to cost us materials. Every time we do not break those side blades, we are missing a piece of his most important parts. Those make his body, his legs, and his arms. They only drop by being broken. They do not drop by being carved out or by being captured.
爆弾を置いたぞ。爆弾設置。
You have to focus on breaking the arms, otherwise you don't get those material parts. In any case, good job. I have no idea what the fucking insect blade player was doing. Adrenaline rush. Another flare. Ambush. Bolt. Steam. Sharp. Okay. I might have to swap out some mighties because the affinity boost is not helping breaking those parts of his body. They're definitely not hard parts. Just need to increase the amount of damage I'm doing to him, so I'm going to have to sacrifice mighties. How do you want to go about this? Switch out evasion and one mighty for destroyer. Go to. I have to get those arms. Boom, boom. Unfortunate. I really wish that the rewards were hitting that on time. Just being able to actually have better recovery. Unfortunate.
集めました。一時保管ポーチのご確認を。
Once he's in my sights, waiting. He's moving to 16. Preliminary engaging, starting with mount and charging for the file. Start with the tail cut, then move to the arm cut. Good stagger. Setting pitfall. Good cut. Focus his arms now. That's it. You're doing it. It's okay. It's okay. Reset, reset, reset. Cut the tail. Or rather, carve. A little bit too much damage poured into him, but this is okay. Literally so far, the most successful hunt where nobody had to be told multiple times what to fucking do. There's no point going for a capture. Just keep hitting his arms and hope that we break one of them. That's also a choice, but can't really be upset. This is the most successful hunt so far where nobody had to be told to, you know, stop hitting the target so that we could get the parts we needed. Good job, everyone. Especially you, Hunting Horn. I see you. I see you, Hunting Horn. My horny brother from another mother. Smacking up and beating on a mother lover. Boing. Shaboing boing. Another flare. Lord. Yes. And another fucking verse. Yes, Lord. Not a damn one of these is fucking critical. Damn, 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 damn! This. There's still another 20% on the table. The problem is that as I think about trying to slot them in, it's really kind of hard to. Burst. Make it easier to inflict wounds. Easier to inflict wounds versus. I need the part break. I'm not sure what to go for. I literally don't know how else to upgrade my ability to break this shit. Because if I go burst, it gives me both double dip in attack and elemental. Weakness is granting slightly bit more affinity. But it feels like I don't have enough power. I'm going to take off Tenderizer and I'm going to add another burst. Got plenty of other Archvulcan pieces, but it's the goddamn Callus Shells that's going to hold us back. Gosh. The elemental will have no effect on the chain blade, so it's like pure focus. And multiple players just avoid the entire zone entirely. Let's get the pieces out of the way.
何が必要？さて完璧。ではこれでいい？さあ完璧。こっちの準備はでき。さあ完璧。では 先生、皆さんから話を聞いてきました。
Kappa. Any more bit of rug shit?
はい。皆さんから交換願いがありました。
Nothing.
素材集めの話ですね。
Almost. Right. I can upgrade some of these. And like that, all of my spears already gone. Let's run a solo test one.
お待ちしていま
Because
す
I
ね。
think that should have been the last one, yeah? Or rather, the last one of that particular type. No, the next one is the last one.
お待ちしていま
Here's
す。
what I'm gonna do. Put it back in the online single player. And I'm going to try to break this myself. I want to see if this change makes it more feasible or less feasible. cooch, gonna spread that cooch, spread that cooch. Gonna spread that cooch, spread that cooch, gonna spread that cooch, spread that cooch. Gotta heat this back, boot, boot, boot. I'm gonna spread that cooch, spread that cooch, spread that cooch, spread that cooch. Let's get coochie tonight. Put it on the back and say it's a tight. Let's get coochie tonight. Let's get coochie tonight. Feeling the shit on the pike. Where you get out of the mic. I hit you up with the lights. Let's get coochie tonight. You wanna see you on the mic. When I see you in the pike. Let's get coochie tonight. 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 Does anybody have a relevant setup to be able to work on these body parts? Brute force only. That is not to explain shit. Can't find a single reference on a break. Fine. I'll explain from this chat. Damage to the head is naturally going to happen whenever I end up mounting it. Damage to the tail is natural whenever I end up mounting it and slamming into its tail. It seems to me like the best chance to be able to break the chain blades is when he aims to fuck me with said chain blades. I have to somehow power offset him and offset him. I said power offset. Power clash and offset. Which means after I break his parts, I'll have to switch between each weapon for the opening that I want. In essence of playing on his wounds. First, I'll try it with just the insect wave. Then, if it proves too difficult because the base attack value is too low, we'll use the greatsword. Sound like a plan? Good plan, great plan, best plan. This is the only idea I have. My hope was that multi-man hunts would be able to produce them faster than I was doing them myself. But unfortunately, because they are immune to everything, you have to target them super hard. That's for later. Sorry for the break in the excitement chat, but I'm really hungry. Every time I flick the scroll wheel and I look down at Twitter, it's all pain. Pain. Sheer garbage television.
They got the mid lane Smolder, bot lane Vayne. Their team is very strong late game. Ours is not bad late game though. That being said, we do have Soraka, Aphelios, Yone, which is a decent combo setup, or just a decent setup in general to have late game, but... The random warder? That's weird. I bet you don't believe me that you watch your stream during dinner. You do not. Your family does not. I'm just reading my recall a bit there. Just to punish CS a bit more. I want it to be underneath the turret. Yeah, exactly right there. There we go. Now the turret will push the weight even harder towards me because of the turret shot damage. See? Why would he just randomly ward that, by the way? I'm just reading my recall a bit there. Just to punish CS a bit more. I want it to be underneath the turret. Yeah, exactly right there. There we go. Now the turret will push the weight even harder towards me because of the turret shot damage. See? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me using my brain. I bet you don't believe me that you watch your stream during dinner. You do not. Your family does not watch my stream during dinner, bro. What family's sitting down like, hey, you know who we haven't watched in a while? Minish Cap. As a group, you know? It was like, what? Hey, what if you do that, you know? What if you actually are just doing that right now? Okay, he still has Ignite and Flash, so I gotta be really careful. Gotta respect the Garen. There's a Q down though. He needed some Conqueror stacks to push with you. That minion, by the way, I get that minion next match. That is a minion kill next patch. Wait, I would have gotten Swifties next patch with that minion kill. Oh my god, that's so gross. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna execute again, but I'm gonna do a cheeky. I'm gonna be real cheeky here. Watch this shit. So we kite back into the turret. Third turret shot kills me, but I put W down, slows the wave, pushes it towards me. See, I'm real cheeky. Okay, the Smolder has 2 kills. Oh no. Wait. I didn't watch that. I didn't see that. I did not see that. I didn't see that. That's okay. It forces him to push his wave because otherwise it would freeze in my or slow push in my favor. Who has better proxy game, me or Baus? I think my proxy is better, but his champion pool is better because Sion can get more value per death. If Singed dies, it's bad. If Sion dies, it's good. You know what I mean? I don't gain extra shit for dying. If I die, they just get gold, and that's it. If Sion dies, it gets like LCS, a full wave. If I die in a wave, I can't get shit. You know what I mean? Also, Singed is not as good as fighting champions behind turret. Like, you can, but it's a bit harder for Singed. Wait, phase rush Alistar? The fuck? Okay, but like, come on, that was obvious, right?
Remember, chat, if you're gonna eat your console, make sure to take care of your keyboards. God damn, that shit is thick. I can't swallow. It fills up my throat. Lock.
Hey folks, today's
Okay. Reapers. Nice. Let's use some thorn grass pods.
小型モンスターからも取り付け
Come on. Who are you aiming at, dude? Let's reach. Hello? Alright. Not exactly the cleanest start. There's one. Yes, sir! It looks like we're just gonna have to do it ourselves. We can definitely get it done. Left and right broken. That honestly should have been an offset. Remember, I can't trap them in the center ground. Yes, sir. It can be done. I just have to play smart. And really, really, really try to find those offsets. Jesus Christ, this is a lot of jewels. And yet, I still have yet to get the ones I'm looking for. I'm actually starting to fill up with multiple copies of things that I had wanted at one point in time, but it's like... This is my second copy of Razor Sharp Dragon, for example. It's crazy. It is more critical. I just want the critical. Give me the critical. I just want the critical. Okay. It's to a hunt. I am at 4. This was a bigger number, but I did create some things. It's gonna be a process. Now we can get on to the solos. I find it interesting that the part that I could really use from him is not actually his quest rewards. Tempered Barahara. That's not priority. It is about a bitch. So it's to a mission. Literally everything is accounted for except this. That's how often people weren't breaking them. practice rolling either into that further and sooner, or offsetting that. That's what I get for standing in place. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Shit. Literally. I literally need to go to the bathroom. took giant shits. Dum dum. Doo dum. Giant poop. Ooh. Giant fucking shits. Bigger than your hole. More than you have in store. Ow. Ow. Pain. Where the fuck is the chain blades? Right, here we go. Damn it. It appears that's the move. I had a feeling that it would be the move, but, you know. I can't tell if I've broken both of them. Right? Ow. That's what I get for looking at the chat. This is his left. love that it took 8 connections to reach, like, to be able to reconnect.
You're a great project. You've been following me.
No, she knows what?
You just saw the corner of it. How did you know that?
I'd seen it before, 12 years ago in college. Somehow my unconscious had served that up. A memory I'd never even recorded. Or was it there the whole time? All I needed was the access. If you're writing a paper, that's not the book I'd use.
Who asked you?
Hastings has his oral history. I'd start there. Interesting point. Grammatically, this guy was an idiot, which sort of gives credence to the theory that one of the clerks he had fired actually wrote most of this guy's major cases. You Google the clerk's sons, they'd love to talk to you exonerate their dad. That'd give you something that no one else has. Information from the Odd Museum show, a half-read article, some PBS documentary. It was all bubbling up in my frontal lobes, mixing itself together into a sparkling cocktail of useful information. She didn't have a chance.
What are your suggestions?
You don't like me, and I don't blame you.
A male sugar glider will grab the female sugar glider's head or ears and rub against her chest, or move back and forth to leave its scent on her. This is because male sugar gliders like to mark things with their scent. They have a strong territorial nature, and their scent.
You the K9 unit?
Officer Alonso, sir. Champ and I are ready to go in when needed.
You know active shooter protocol? No. You're my backup then. We're heading to the second floor, room 208.
Somebody's in there. What is it, Champ?
It's okay. It's okay. We're cops. Come on.
Downstairs, straight out the door.
Suspect 1 is down. Roger that, Hondo. We're heading south down the hall in the B building, looking for shooter number 2.
Why?
Great. Cloning is a very popular trope in sci-fi.
Maybe eating it will work.
Crazy clown. Things come from? Figures. Those guys are about to shoot at us. Right behind you. I pray you pull back your cavalry and leave this matter to me.
I pray you retire unharmed to Damascus.
Okay. There's the trap we connected. Yes, it is. Good here. Good here. Good here. Focus. Another sonorous scale. Longest hunt of your life. I don't want it. If it's not tempered, I don't want it. is tempered. Double tempered even. Drusilla, Jeraperos, Arc to fill normal, Temper Kagalala, Resistance, Alahara, not the greatest, but we'll take that food, thank you. What? Huh. Join Nitro with his limited time offer. Why would they throw that shit up on the screen? Capture Pro Meal. Why won't it ever let me investigate these? Interesting. That's definitely a quality of life change that's missing that needs to be corrected. Cups in the way. The fact that there's actually consensus on the fact that nobody can figure out how to fuck to make those things work together. Sucky, 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 fucky, sucky, 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 fucky, fucky. Let's go to sleep now. Send it through costs in the game. These are dog shit. These are really dog dog shit. That's not bugging me. Only on this. No, I got it here. Need bitters. I'll double stack it. Stretch out my legs, legs, legs. Stretch out my legs, 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 legs. Run out my legs and feel that my legs hurt. Like it hurt, bruh. I try to do it like you need some time. Sing you, hold me, let 'em know. I have something in my ear, and it is like fuck. I wonder if I can reduce more of that material. What time is it? It is 2:26. Yep, this is right about the time where I have insomnia in the weird part of the night. Ah, fuck. How's this hunting in wilds? I have hunted Arkveld so many times, Bolster, that in the required words are hard. In the required materials that I need for the rest of his equipment, I am missing a total of 19 total Kalashells, which can only be produced by breaking his arms. And players kept trying to avoid breaking his arms because they were just fucking shutting out and mashing buttons at a monster. While I have almost literally every other part of his body in droves, including the gem. so bitchy. The list grows larger and larger and larger as I continue to grow out the list. You actually caught me at the point where I was considering being able to stop, Buster. Because I don't think I have the mental energy to continue playing, at the very minimum, at least on camera. Although, earlier in the stream, towards the beginning, I actually did a breakdown that I was taking stop and start notes of, which can be used as a guide for how to play with the Greatsword, Hunting Horn, and Insect Glaive. Yeah, one of those. People getting upset that I am giving them call-outs like, hey, the enemy's falling asleep, do not wake them up so that we can get sleep damage value. Or calling out the parts that need to be broken. In terms of all the lobbies that I had, because all of these are coming off my investigations that I had saved up for our group, that I'm not sure who Funky is playing with, but it must be people from Dev's audience or his own personal friends. I know Tina has her own group that she's a part of, and she did say that she'd be dipping in and out every now and again, rotating between the games on her schedule. At least this is what she's announced on Twitter. But when I had saved all of these up, Or's just been, I guess, indisposed. Today she had her own stream that she needed to focus on. But she's just been indisposed, and us not linking up at the same time all the time, and other people having jobs. I figured today, especially after last night, where I spent some time compartmentalizing, talking to some of our newer chatters since Sunday about these particular frustrations, I put together mentally a rough draft outline, which was the backbone of the guide itself. All of the necessary information that a new player could take in their hands and use to be able to get themselves up and started on those 3 basic weapons, and their playstyles and their dichotomies, their strengths, their weaknesses, the ideas of what one would want to focus on and how they would like to apply the tutelage, the mechanics, the tech, as well as sample hunts, specifically for the Insect Glaive Greatsword. All in all, a successful stream by its own regards, but ultimately it's just part of my brainstorming for actually figuring out what I wanted to cover made me come to the realization that the reason why it frustrated the piss out of me the other day, as I was breaking down with, I believe it was Reginald and someone else in chat room, about how bad the feedback loop of the game's mechanics playing on the game's combat system is, especially dealing with both a tempered and non-tempered Gore Magala, is that the game itself is just half finished. And I don't mean half finished in the sense of it is going to get more updates after this launch period plus DLC. I mean the game is fucking half finished. Half finished, half baked, or missing concepts, ideas, tools, mechanics, or menus to be able to look at the information necessary for you to understand what your character is doing, how it functions, how it operates, and what is directly accosting your ability to play the match. As well as, every now and again, if you are inside a multiplayer lobby, a multiplayer individual spamming the same attack that keeps pushing you in such a way where you can't seem to get something simple like a trap off because they are not being smart about their ability to fight. This is coming hot off the back of them patching out the passive night pollen farm. So for all the people who had stocked up relic and meldings on top of relic and melding tickets, as we slowly work our way out of our backlog of them and then slowly trade them in for meldings or for decoration jewels, we have people who are just filled up with material and gear of different levels, since Arkveld is the last monster in Tree, and Zoa Shio has yet to be given a raid mission that allows us to return to fight him, even if that was to be relevant or necessary. Every bit of the game loop, especially when you consider how big that game loop is, you just got a bunch of shit that just puts the game in a position to make you hate yourself. So, for example, you got a creature like Zoa Shio, dropping Guardian pieces, right? We have no way of refighting this boss, at this time at least. Meanwhile, for things such as the drops of this arc belt, for things like the Carousel, they only drop from breaking the chain blades, which doesn't make sense because everything else here on his body is a target reward. Even his gem, a target reward, to the point where you can actually just find an investigation that will give it to you as a bonus requirement. I don't know who decided that it had to be that way, but I'm pretty sure, looking at the Guardian Arc Belt, there is no need for me to have to do that with the Guardian Arc Belt. Because his chain blades, while they were a 100% drop for the Guardian pelt, I didn't need to specifically target his blades to get the goddamn pelt. They were a part of the target rewards as well, including everything on his rotation. So the drops, as well as the viability of using traps versus killing the monster outright, assuming that you're able to get the DPS possible to do it under 20 minutes or less without a lot of delay or deaths or feints or courting from other players being bad and players positioning in such a way where other people get killed because they're getting layered by AoEs. You've got a late game that people would have rather done something that was effectively invalidating the investigation and thus the content game loop as designed, because they wanted to try and min-max a perfect build. A perfect build with perfect stats, with perfect numbers, mechanics that would set up the build for the perfect stats and the perfect numbers. The game itself was released haphazardly to our populace because Capcom wanted to make a particular number figure for their fiscal quarter for this year. And by making the money that they did here, since that fiscal quarter in Japan ends on March 31st, by releasing it in the state, they enabled many of the things that people have abused, and now that as it has been nerfed and or patched out of the game and taken away from them, we'll say makes them not want to play, because in terms of the content, assuming that you mean unique content and not the same different types of alterations of content, they are finding themselves bored and crashing out and switching off games because they've done everything of everything and tried to monetize everything to shit. Meanwhile, players like myself are just looking at the little inadequacies that make the game hard for newer players, since my goal is to want to teach those newer players and give them the backbone upon which to get the information to become capable of doing that is. Because while it's very much possible for a player to figure it out by reading the play guide and just simply playing the game as intended, a lot of people just seem to be skipping the tutorials because they think, I don't gotta do it, somebody else will make a video title. So that basically will become a video in and of itself should I want to put it out for Wilds. And if I don't, is what it is. But ultimately, the story nail-draggingly hard, because the story does not move at the pace that you want. It moves at the pace that the monsters and the story wants to move it at, including the hard-coded missions that follow Nada's journey. In terms of the mid-game transition from low rank to high rank is fine, but it's the volatility. It's the volatility of things that can kill you in high rank, especially on the higher end, where you've got 3-piece knockout combos being set up by monsters that there is no counterplay against. You either adapt, run, or die, and it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks a lot, because since the game feels incomplete, for me and my desire in the combat sense, you don't have a lot of tools that help you understand what you're doing, unless you mob them in, like a DPS meter. But at the same time, the intuitive nature of how to really go about learning these monsters, and thus setting yourself up in a position to win those hunts, and figuring out what needs to be done. If you're playing by yourself, I suppose your fun limitation is limited by how good you are as an individual solo player, and how geared you have been able to make yourself. But when you're playing with other players, Jesus fucking Christ, antisocial fucking losers. But of course, it's a flagship title, so a bunch of people who don't like other people that play this game came to play this game and have completely besmirched Monster Hunter etiquette. So, like, I mean, besides, whenever I try to boot the game, it's like a 50-50% chance if I have to reboot my computer just so that the game launches properly. Because it is consistently, every single time I play the game, then I stop in a session, then I reopen the session after playing something like Balatro or something else, the game goes into a crash state. And it happens consistently every time there's an update, too. So, at least, in that sense, it's like, I don't know why that's happening. I wouldn't say that it's borked. I would say that it very much feels like it's being held together with shoestring occasionally. Certainly, we aren't hearing reports of this happening on console versions of the game. But in terms of the PC, since it's all crossplay to begin with anyways, the PC environment definitely has people that are anywhere between just friendly, jolly cooperation and people trying to be nasty and salty to expert veteran hunters trying to get their members across the line and also help as many people as possible and try to call out the shots they need. So just the same kind of thing that I did when I met you inside of Helldivers. For the most part, since every person at this point should now be familiar with the monster pool as is, as well as how to fight a frenzied variant and a tempered variant, it really much more, in many cases, comes down to the unique particular drop item that you need in order to get it done. So, I have several more investigations, and I had several that I had to shuffle out so I could rotate in the ones that I required for specifically these items that I've been trying to find and farm. And this is just the Arkfeld farm. I still have multiple pieces of equipment and multiple drops from those monsters to find. Some of them, the gems for at least, are going to be easier to get because you can at least lock into them when they're in the menu, when you try to go to the zone that they're occupying and you see them there on the environment update, and then you go into the overview to set it as an investigation. But I'm constantly finding multiple monsters that I need to either fight or that I know I'm going to have to go hunt down one way or another with an optional mission or not. And the desire to do it in one sitting lessens and lessens and lessens, because one sitting is at least like a 8 to 10 hour session, like the one that I just finished playing, because it'll be 8 minutes and 8 minutes, or 8 hours and exactly 8 minutes. But for myself, it's not like I've lost love for the game. I'm more than happy to play it. But the problem is that when I get up, when I do play it like this, the insomnia is really beating my ass, and I can't just veg out to it all night and then have no other works done. Like, we're coming up on movie night, so I would like to be able to have some of those videos done and put out. I did put out multitudes, or like, I would rather not say necessarily multitudes, but I did put out other things proceeding in this month that would be helpful for the upkeep of the things that I needed to do in the first place. So that's a positive in and of itself there. If I had gotten up when I intended to today, the first thing that I would have done would have been the Merchants of Roswell stream, but I suppose I'm going to have to set that aside for Thursday, because if I choose to do Leadhead on Friday or Saturday, I want to have my sanity in check, because then we'll be setting up for April content after the 15th, because by the 15th coming around, I'll be flopping back and forth between Wilds and Marvel Rivals, because I did indeed tell Amy that after the 15th was when in mid-March I plan to get into Rivals so that I can learn the game properly. So any boredom that could possibly be a result of fatigue will not be a problem for me, more or less. Yeah. I do hope you showing up did not rob me of potential sleep or at least attempt to fight off insomnia, though I woke up earlier than usual, rather than restless, rather concerning. I don't know, bro. Between you and Callum, you guys are the morning risers who usually catch me at the point where either my mind has already gone, but the controller still is in my hand, and I can keep doing what I'm doing as long as my mind remains engaged in the activity that's distracting it. Or you catch me at the end where, after having done 8 hours plus, I tune in, or rather turn in, and you were catching me on my way out the door. It's really not robbing me. I can choose to stop at any time. I'm just explaining my thoughts about what I've been experiencing, because more or less, for the most part, outside of my woman coming by and then telling me that she was going to go do some work, the chat itself has been more or less mostly quiet, not accounting for, of course, the Twitter chat. Although I don't know. Twitter chat, I don't know if it's ever moving and bumping, because I never see people go from there into the YouTube or the Twitch and start saying things. So it is what it is. Regardless, basically, TLDR, Wilds is currently in its current form a incomplete game that is missing materials, features, tutorials, lesson plans, and the camaraderie and spirit that you should be expecting to find in a player versus environment / monsters game. That somehow there are players that are antagonistic to work against the intention of other hunters because they just never read the fucking tutorial, never read the goddamn manual, and just have been out here on vibes and vibes alone. Anywho, it is on that note that I believe I will try to lay down or like sit in my chair and try to collect my thoughts before somehow either passing out or finding something to do with myself, should I not be able to pass out. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye, Buster. Goodbye, men.